Perhaps the strangest thing about being human is not found among the stars scattered across the night sky, nor within the vast, uncharted depths of the oceans. The greatest mystery is unfolding quietly within our own minds. Every day, your brain makes tens of thousands of decisions without your awareness. It decides what deserves your attention and what should quietly fade into the background. It reshapes memories, fills the gaps in reality, and creates emotions, beliefs, and even the stories you have always believed were entirely your own. But what if, one day, you discovered that the world you see is not quite the world as it truly is, but a version that your brain has been gently arranging behind the scenes? Would you begin to see life differently? Carl Gustav Jung devoted his life to exploring the deepest layers of the human psyche. He believed that beneath the conscious mind, the part we imagine we control, there exists a far greater inner world, where memories, emotions, symbols, and unconscious experiences quietly shape the way we think, love, fear, and make decisions. Perhaps the more we come to understand the mind, the more we realize that the greatest mystery is not the world around us, but the one that lives within each of us. Tonight, I invite you to begin a slow and gentle journey. Together, we will explore more than 100 fascinating facts about psychology, remarkable phenomena that unfold inside the human brain every single day, yet often go unnoticed. You will discover why memory can deceive us, why a single familiar scent can transport us back to childhood, why invisible beliefs can change the way we experience pain, and why, at times, the brain makes a decision long before reason arrives to explain it. This is not a dry lesson in psychology, nor is it a debate about what is right or wrong. Instead, it is a quiet journey into the inner landscape of the human mind, where every discovery helps us understand ourselves a little more deeply, treat ourselves with a little more compassion, and gently recognize that, beneath the surface, we all share far more than we often realize. If you enjoy stories that help the mind slow down, if you are fascinated by the history of ideas, drawn to psychology, and inspired by profound reflections on human nature, then you have come to the right place. Welcome to our channel, where each night becomes a peaceful journey of discovery, a place where you can learn, unwind, and gently drift into a restful sleep. And if these quiet journeys bring you a sense of peace, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and join us for the stories still to come. Now, take a slow, deep breath. Let your body soften. Allow the worries of the day to gradually fade away. And together, let us begin exploring one of the greatest mysteries humanity has ever possessed, our own minds. Đã rõ, tôi sẽ dịch 100% nội dung, giữ nguyên cấu trúc, ý nghĩa và nhịp điệu của bản gốc, sử dụng văn phong tiếng Anh tự nhiên, nhẹ nhàng, giàu tính chiêm nghiệm theo tinh thần của Carl Gustav Jung, phù hợp với một kịch bản YouTube, được nghe trước khi đi ngủ. The strange world of the human mind. Perhaps the greatest mystery humanity has ever tried to unravel is not hidden among distant stars, nor beneath the deepest oceans, nor within untouched forests where no human footsteps have ever fallen. Perhaps the greatest mystery has always been much closer than we imagine. It has accompanied us from the very first moment we opened our eyes to greet the world, until the moment we close them at the end of each long day. Quietly, it observes everything we see, listens to every sound we hear, preserves the moments that matter, and sometimes gently allows us to forget what once seemed impossible to lose. That mystery is the mind. We spend our entire lives looking outward at the world, yet we rarely pause to look inward, toward the very place where that entire world is created. Have you ever wondered whether the color of the sky you see is truly the same color someone else sees? Whether your memories of childhood are really as accurate as you have always believed? Whether the feelings of love, worry, or happiness you experience arise entirely from reality itself? Or are they, perhaps, simply the gentle interpretations your brain creates from everything happening around you. These are not questions meant to make us doubt life. Quite the opposite. They help us realize that life is even more extraordinary than we often imagine. For the human brain is far more than a machine that simply records events. It is a storyteller, an editor, an artist, and sometimes a remarkably gifted magician. Every single moment, millions of signals from light, sound, scent, touch, and countless other sources flow into the brain all at once. If it were to receive every piece of information exactly as it is, we would likely become overwhelmed by that immense ocean of data. But the remarkable thing is, the brain does not work that way. It selects, it organizes, it filters, it connects, and then, quietly, it constructs a version of the world that is clear enough for us to continue living, loving, working, and dreaming. Perhaps, at the very moment you glance around the room where you are sitting, your brain has already completed thousands of astonishingly complex calculations without your awareness. It measures distance, recognizes faces, predicts movement, fills in missing details, removes information that is not essential, and only a few thousandths of a second later, you feel as though you are seeing the world directly. In truth, what you are experiencing is the result of an extraordinarily sophisticated process. This does not mean that the world around us is an illusion. Rather, it means that every experience we have is a meeting place between reality itself and the way our brains interpret that reality. Perhaps, this is where modern science and the reflections of Carl Gustav Jung meet in a beautifully unexpected way. Jung devoted much of his life to exploring the deepest layers of the human psyche. He believed that beneath the conscious mind we know so well lies a far greater inner world, a place where memories, symbols, and psychological patterns quietly influence the way we experience life. Today, neuroscience approaches the brain using different methods than Jung did, yet both invite us to consider the same profound idea. What we consciously experience is only a small part of everything unfolding within us. Perhaps, we often believe that we are entirely in control of our own thoughts. But the more we learn, the more we begin to realize that many decisions have already been prepared before we are able to name them. Many emotions have already appeared before we understand why we feel them. And many memories have quietly changed over time without us ever noticing. At first, that realization may feel unsettling, but to me, it brings a deep sense of peace, because it reminds us that we do not need to be perfect. We do not need to understand ourselves all the time. We do not need to control every thought that passes through the mind, for the brain was never designed to remain still. It was created to keep learning, to keep adapting, to keep changing, and it is precisely that capacity for change that has allowed humanity to survive through hundreds of thousands of years of evolution. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Perhaps this is more than a reflection on psychology. Perhaps it is a gentle invitation, an invitation offered to every one of us, to spend a little time listening to ourselves, not with judgment, but with curiosity, not to discover every answer, but to learn how to ask deeper questions. Tonight, our journey will not lead us toward the stars, nor will we search for lost civilizations. Instead, together we will step into a world just as vast, a world that is present within every breath, every memory, every dream, and every emotion we have ever experienced. It is the world of the mind, a world that, the more we explore it, the more we begin to realize that the greatest mystery has never existed somewhere outside ourselves. It has always lived quietly within us. So now, allow your body to soften. Let your breathing become slower. Let the sounds of the day gradually fade into the distance, and gently open the door to your curiosity. Because in just a few moments, together, we will begin exploring the remarkable psychological phenomena unfolding within us every single day. the quiet forces that shape the way you see the world, the way you remember, the way you love, the choices you make, and the person you have become today. The brain constructs reality. Perhaps one of the most astonishing discoveries of modern science is not that the human brain contains tens of billions of neurons, nor is it the remarkable amount of energy it consumes each day. Its greatest wonder lies somewhere else. The brain does not simply allow us to see the world. It quietly constructs the very world we believe we are seeing. At first, that may sound like something from a science fiction story, but the more researchers have explored cognitive science, the more they have discovered that our experience of reality is not a perfect copy of the outside world. Instead, it is the result of countless processes of selection, prediction, completion, and interpretation, all taking place within the brain in only a tiny fraction of a second. Perhaps, even at this very moment, as your eyes move gently across these words, you feel certain that you are seeing everything exactly as it is. Yet beneath that effortless experience, your brain is working without pause. It does not wait until every piece of information has fully arrived before it begins processing. Quite the opposite. It is always one step ahead of reality. It constantly generates predictions. Then it compares those predictions with the signals arriving from your eyes, your ears, and your other senses. If the two are close enough, the brain completes the picture almost instantly. If there is a difference, it quietly makes adjustments. This entire process unfolds so quickly that we experience it as direct perception. But in truth, what we call seeing is the product of an extraordinarily creative process. This does not mean that the brain is deceiving us. On the contrary, it is helping us survive. Imagine, for a moment, if every falling leaf, every changing ray of light, every faint sound had to be processed as something entirely new. We would hardly have enough time to take another step. So the brain chose a wiser path. It uses yesterday's experiences to predict today. It draws upon the past to prepare for the present. And because of that, human beings are able to respond quickly to a world that is always changing. In cognitive psychology, scientists often describe this idea as the predictive brain, a brain that continuously generates predictions and then updates them whenever new information arrives. In other words, the brain does not merely register reality, it is constantly trying to anticipate it. This brings to mind one of Carl Gustav Jung's most beautiful reflections. He once wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." Perhaps Jung was not speaking about neuroscience. He was speaking about the journey of self-understanding. Yet his words gently remind us of something deeply meaningful. Much of what we believe we see in the outer world is profoundly influenced by the world within. Our past experiences, our fears, our hopes, everything we have learned, all quietly become the lens through which we observe life. Think back to the first time you learned to ride a bicycle. Everything felt difficult. You had to think about the handlebars, the pedals, keeping your balance, the road ahead. But only a few months later, you no longer had to think consciously about each movement. Your brain had built a model, a prediction of how the bicycle would respond. That is why you can now ride while holding a conversation, or while quietly admiring the scenery around you. The very same process unfolds throughout nearly every experience in life. When you begin reading a sentence, your brain has already started predicting the next word. When you catch sight of the face of someone you love, your brain has almost certainly recognized them before your conscious mind becomes aware of it. When you hear just the first few notes of a familiar song, you can already hum the melody that follows. Not because the world has slowed down, but because the brain is always moving one step ahead. Another fascinating phenomenon, known by researchers as reality editing, reveals that the brain is constantly refining our sensory experience. It softens signals that are less important. It highlights what truly matters. It weaves scattered pieces of information into a coherent story. Without this remarkable process, life might feel like a film cut into millions of disconnected frames, without meaning, without continuity, without the comforting sense of a single, unified world. Perhaps what moves me most is not the complexity of the brain, but the quiet kindness with which it cares for us. It works silently, day and night, never asking for gratitude, never resting, never complaining. It continually transforms a world overflowing with chaos into one that feels familiar enough for us to feel safe. Perhaps this also explains why two people can stand before the very same event, yet experience it in completely different ways. Not because one is right and the other is wrong, but because every brain relies upon its own unique experiences to complete the picture it sees. Perhaps the reality we live in is shaped not only by the light that enters our eyes, but also by memory, belief, expectation, and countless experiences gathered throughout an entire lifetime. That is why learning about the brain does not make the world any less wondrous. Quite the opposite. It makes us more humble. For the more we discover, the more we realize that what we call the obvious is actually the result of an astonishing creative process unfolding every single moment. And this is only the first doorway, because in the next part of our journey, we will discover something even more remarkable. The brain does not merely predict the world, it quietly fills in what is missing, leaving us completely unaware of how much we overlook that is already present before our eyes. If the previous chapter revealed that the brain is always one step ahead of reality through remarkably subtle predictions, what we are about to explore is even more extraordinary. For the brain does not only predict, it also quietly fills in the gaps. Perhaps you will be surprised to learn that even at this very moment, there is a blind spot within your own vision, a place where you cannot see. Scientists call it the blind spot. It is the point where the optic nerve leaves the retina, leaving no light-sensitive cells in that small area. From a biological perspective, it is a genuine gap. Yet the remarkable thing is this: throughout our entire lives, most of us never notice that it exists. Not because the blind spot is especially tiny, but because the brain quietly performs an extraordinary task. It observes the surrounding areas, compares them with what it already knows, then gently completes the missing piece. Everything happens so quickly that we believe we are seeing a complete picture. In cognitive science, this phenomenon is often called blind spot filling. It is not a flaw. Rather, it is a beautiful demonstration of the brain's remarkable ability to adapt. Perhaps it is also a beautiful metaphor for the way human beings live. Not only our brains, but our hearts too, sometimes long to fill in what is missing. When information is incomplete, we guess. When we do not fully understand another person, we quietly invent the rest of the story. When we encounter silence, we often assign it a meaning of our own. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." Perhaps what troubles us about another person does not always come from them. Sometimes it comes from the empty spaces our own minds have unconsciously filled with assumptions. Jung was not explaining the mechanics of vision, yet his words gently remind us that everything we experience is influenced by our inner world. Perhaps understanding this can help us become more gentle when judging others, and more compassionate when looking within ourselves. But the brain does not stop there. There are moments when something enormous happens right before our eyes, and yet we never notice it at all. This phenomenon is known as inattentional blindness. One of the most famous experiments on this phenomenon asked participants to count the number of passes made by a group of people throwing a basketball. They concentrated with great focus. And then, in the middle of the scene, a person wearing a gorilla suit walked across the screen, stopped for a few moments, beat their chest, then calmly walked away. What astonished researchers was that many participants never noticed the gorilla at all, not because their eyes failed to see it, but because their attention was fully occupied by another task. It sounds almost unbelievable. Yet perhaps you have experienced something very similar. Have you ever been so lost in thought that you walked right past someone you knew without recognizing them? Have you ever searched everywhere for your keys while they were resting on the table in front of you? Have you ever finished reading an entire page, only to realize you could not remember a single sentence? It was not your eyes that stopped seeing. Your mind was simply somewhere else. Perhaps human attention is like the beam of a flashlight in the darkness. It illuminates whatever it is pointed toward with remarkable clarity. Yet at the very same time, everything outside that beam quietly disappears into shadow. And then there is another phenomenon that feels even closer to everyday life. Imagine standing in a crowded room, dozens of conversations unfold at once, the clinking of glasses, music playing softly, footsteps moving across the floor. At first, every sound blends together into a single wave of noise. And then, from somewhere across the room, someone suddenly says your name. Instantly, your head turns. Your brain has selected that one sound from countless others. This is known as the cocktail party effect. The brain does not listen to everything equally. It is constantly prioritizing, constantly deciding what deserves attention and what can safely be ignored. Without that remarkable ability, we would probably become exhausted within only a few minutes of entering a crowded place. What moves me most is not the intelligence of the brain, but its quiet devotion. Throughout our lives, it works silently as an editor, revising, selecting, adding, predicting, completing, so that it can offer us a world coherent enough to live within. Perhaps this also explains why two people can remember the same event in completely different ways, or why every person carries a unique version of the very same story. Not because anyone intends to distort the truth, but because every brain constructs experience from everything it has previously learned. All of this gently leads us toward a beautiful realization. Perhaps human beings do not live within a perfectly objective world. We live within a world that has already been selected, interpreted, and completed by the brain. That does not mean reality is an illusion. It simply means that each person's experience is forever colored by memory, attention, expectation, and a lifetime of experience. Perhaps that is precisely why compassion matters. When we understand that everyone sees the world through a different lens, we become a little less eager to judge, a little less harsh, and a little more willing to listen. Tonight, as you prepare to drift gently into sleep, take a quiet moment to consider this. How many beautiful moments surrounded you today, yet slipped by unnoticed because your attention was occupied elsewhere? A cool breeze, a warm smile, the final rays of the evening sun, a simple question asking how you were, or perhaps nothing more than the quiet peace of the present moment. Perhaps tomorrow you will look a little more slowly, listen a little more deeply, and treat your own remarkable brain with a little more kindness. For the greatest wonder is not that the world is constantly changing. It is that our brains never stop trying to create meaning from that changing world, even within the most ordinary moments of everyday life. And in the next chapter, we will explore something even closer to the heart of who we are. Our memories are not like a camera preserving the past exactly as it happened. Each time we remember, the brain quietly writes another chapter of the story in its own unique way, allowing even the past to change with time. Memory is not a video camera. If there is one thing that most of us trust throughout our lives, it is our memory. We believe that what we remember about our childhood truly happened just as we recall it. We believe that the face of someone we love, the words of a dear friend, or the final afternoon spent with someone close to our hearts has been preserved somewhere within the mind exactly as it was. To many people, memory is imagined as a vast archive. Every experience is a book, every moment is a film, and whenever we wish, we simply open the door and watch it again. But perhaps The truth is far more extraordinary. Today, psychology and neuroscience tell us that memory does not function like a video camera. It is much more like a storyteller, and each time it tells the story, it writes a little more, changes a little more, and gently colors the past with the emotions of the present. That does not mean the brain is trying to deceive us. Quite the opposite. It is the way it helps us adapt to a world that is always changing. In the study of memory, scientists use the term memory reconsolidation to describe a fascinating process. When a memory is recalled, it is not simply retrieved from a mental storage room. For a brief period, that memory becomes flexible once again. It can be strengthened, reshaped, and sometimes influenced by new information or new emotions before being stored once more. In other words, every act of remembering is also an opportunity for memory to change. Perhaps this sounds surprising, but imagine an old photograph. Every year, you take it out and look at it again. Each year, your eyes are different. Your understanding has deepened. The experiences you have gathered lead you to see the same photograph in an entirely new way. The photograph itself may never have changed, but the story you tell about it is no longer the same. Memory is much like that. It does not simply preserve the past, it also carries the person you have become today. Perhaps that is why two siblings can remember the very same childhood day in completely different ways. Neither is intentionally mistaken. Neither is trying to change the story. They have simply lived different lives since that moment, and those new lives have quietly returned to touch an old memory. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." These words are often understood as a reminder that what lies beyond our awareness can quietly shape the way we live. Perhaps memory is part of that journey as well. Not everything we remember exists clearly within consciousness. Some experiences remain quietly hidden in the depths of the mind. They influence our emotions, the way we respond, the choices that seem perfectly natural, even when we no longer remember exactly where they began. Perhaps, understanding memory is not about doubting everything we have experienced. It is about becoming gentler with ourselves. Accepting that human memory was never designed to record every detail. It was created to preserve meaning. And sometimes, meaning is more valuable than perfect accuracy. There is another fascinating phenomenon that has drawn the attention of psychologists. It is called imagination inflation. The name may sound unfamiliar, but the experience is surprisingly common. It describes how imagining an event repeatedly can make it feel increasingly familiar, and in some cases, lead a person to believe it truly happened. Think about a story your family has told countless times. Perhaps the first time you learned to walk, a trip you took when you were very young, or a memory from an age too early for you to remember clearly. You have heard that story many times. You have imagined the scene over and over again. Eventually, it begins to feel as though you truly remember it yourself, when in reality, what you remember may actually be a picture woven together from stories, imagination, and a few tiny fragments of genuine memory. This does not mean memories cannot be trusted. It simply reminds us that the brain is more like an artist than a camera. It is always trying to connect scattered pieces into a complete story. Perhaps that is also how human beings search for meaning in life. We do not merely remember what happened. We tell those stories again. We tell them to others, and we tell them to ourselves. Each time we do, the story quietly takes on the colors of the present. Some sorrows become lighter as the years pass. Some joys grow even deeper when we look back upon them. Some wounds that once caused unbearable pain eventually become gentle lessons. Perhaps that is not a betrayal of memory. It is one of time's greatest gifts. Tonight, as you quietly think of someone who was once deeply important to you, or a place you have not visited for many years, do not worry if the memory no longer feels exactly as it once did. Perhaps it is not the past that has changed. It is you. You have grown wiser, more compassionate. You understand more than you once did. And perhaps you have learned to love yourself a little more deeply. Perhaps that is the most beautiful gift of memory. It does not merely preserve the past. It allows the past to grow alongside the present. Perhaps what surprises psychologists most is not that people sometimes forget, but that we can remember something with complete certainty, even when it never happened quite the way we believe. At first, that may sound unsettling, but if we look more closely, it becomes clear that this is simply part of the brain's natural design. For the greatest purpose of memory has never been to preserve every detail perfectly. Its purpose is to help us understand the world, to help us anticipate the future, and to help us continue adapting to life. Because of that, sometimes the brain willingly sacrifices a little precision in order to preserve something far more meaningful. In psychology, the phenomenon known as false memories has been studied for many decades. What makes false memories so fascinating is that they are not always completely fabricated stories. In many cases, they involve nothing more than a small added detail, a sequence remembered differently, a familiar face confused with another, or a sentence attributed to the wrong person. Yet even a tiny alteration can completely transform the meaning of an entire story. Research on memory has also shown that something as simple as the wording of a question can influence what people remember. A gentle choice of words, or a stronger one, can lead participants to imagine the same event in surprisingly different ways. That does not mean people are easily deceived. Rather, it reveals that memory is reconstructed every time we remember. It does not simply retrieve information, it interprets it. Perhaps you have experienced this yourself. Years after a conversation, you and an old friend begin recalling it together. Each of you feels completely certain of your memory, and yet, the two stories are not exactly the same. Not because either of you intended to change the truth, but because each of you has lived an entirely different life since that day, and that life has quietly colored the memory. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "We do not solve our problems. We grow larger than them." Perhaps, as time passes, not only do we change, the way we remember our struggles changes as well. What once brought us to tears may become a gentle lesson years later. What once shattered our hearts may eventually reveal itself as the beginning of our growth. The past remains the past, yet the meaning of the past continues to grow with us. There is another kind of memory that the brain gives special priority to. It is known as emotional memory. Think of an ordinary afternoon. You may not remember what you ate, or what color your clothes were, but if that happened to be the day you first met the person you would one day love, or the day you received wonderful news, or the day something deeply moved your heart, perhaps you still remember it vividly. Not only the place, but the feeling, the sounds, the light, even the scent carried in that moment. Emotion is like a bright highlighter. It marks certain memories so they stand out among thousands of ordinary experiences. That is why an old song can still move us years later. A familiar fragrance can instantly return us to our youth. A road we once walked can suddenly become a doorway into an entire landscape of memories. But emotion does not preserve only joy. It also preserves fear. The phenomenon, known as fear memory, helps explain why dangerous experiences often remain with us for a very long time. It is an essential survival mechanism. If our ancestors had failed to remember the places where dangerous animals lived, or the fruit that once made them ill, their chances of survival would have been far smaller. Today, that same mechanism still exists, only now. The brain sometimes remembers fears that are no longer necessary. A single failure, a painful rejection, a deep, emotional wound can make us hesitant for many years afterward. Perhaps, understanding this helps us become gentler with ourselves. For many reactions we mistake for weakness are simply the brain trying to protect us in the way it once learned. Another fascinating phenomenon is called the primacy and recency effect. It shows that people tend to remember most clearly the experiences that occur at the beginning and the end of a sequence. Think back to a journey you once took. Perhaps you no longer remember every single day, but you vividly remember the first day you arrived and the final moments before you left. Or think about reading a book. The parts that remain with you most deeply are often the opening pages and the closing chapter. Perhaps life itself is much the same. The value of memory lies in meaning. We do not remember every day we have lived, yet we remember beginnings for a very long time, and we remember goodbyes. That makes me wonder, perhaps the value of a day is not measured by how long or how short it was, but by the feeling it leaves behind. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Perhaps what remains with us the longest is not what was greatest, but what carried the deepest meaning: a glance, an embrace, a few words of encouragement, an entirely ordinary afternoon, yet one that arrived at exactly the moment our hearts needed it most. Tonight, as your thoughts gradually become quieter, perhaps a few moments from your own life will gently return. Do not worry too much about whether every detail is perfectly accurate. Something far more important remains. Those memories have helped shape the person you are today. They taught you how to love, how to experience loss, how to hope, how to rise again, and how to keep walking forward. Perhaps memory is not a video camera. It is more like a garden, a place where time, emotion, and meaning quietly nurture every seed planted by the past. Some flowers bloom brilliantly. Some leaves fall in silence. Some pathways gradually disappear beneath the grass. Yet together, they create a garden unlike anyone else's. And perhaps it is precisely because memory continues to rewrite itself over time that we are able to heal, able to forgive, able to look back upon the past with gentler eyes. In the next chapter, we will leave the world of memory behind and explore something equally remarkable. Human attention is far more fragile than we often imagine. There are things standing plainly before our eyes, yet if the mind is looking elsewhere, we may never see them at all. Human attention is more fragile than you think. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that memory is not a perfectly faithful camera, then tonight we will journey one step deeper to meet another quiet editor of the mind: attention. Perhaps we have always believed that we see almost everything happening before us, that all we need to do is open our eyes, and the world will naturally appear in its entirety. But the remarkable truth is this: the eyes are not what decide what we see. The brain makes that decision. Every second, millions of particles of light reach the retina. Thousands of sounds enter our ears. Tiny changes in temperature, scents, pressure against the skin, the rhythm of the heartbeat, the gentle flow of each breath. All of these arrive at once. If the brain tried to process every piece of information with equal importance, we would quickly become exhausted. So, the brain chose a far wiser solution. It does not try to see everything. It simply sees what it believes matters most. Everything else quietly fades into the darkness beyond attention. In cognitive psychology, this mechanism is known as selective attention. It is not a flaw. It is one of humanity's greatest survival tools. Because of it, you can read a book in a crowded cafe, hold a conversation on a busy street, or focus on driving while surrounded by signs, movement, and countless distractions. Yet for that very reason, we often overlook things that seem impossible to miss. Perhaps the most famous demonstration of this is the gorilla experiment, conducted by psychologists Daniel Simons and Christopher Chabry. In the experiment, participants were asked to count the number of basketball passes made by a group of players. They concentrated carefully, counting every pass, following every movement, and then a person wearing a gorilla suit walked directly into the middle of the scene, crossed the screen, stopped, beat their chest, then slowly walked away. The astonishing part was this: a large percentage of participants never noticed the gorilla at all. Not because it was invisible, not because there was anything wrong with their eyesight, but because their brains were completely occupied with another task. That sounds almost unbelievable, until we realize the very same thing happens throughout our daily lives. Have you ever walked into the kitchen to get something, only to forget why you went there? Have you ever driven along a familiar road, arrived at your destination, and realized you could hardly remember the journey itself? Have you ever read an entire page of a book while your thoughts were somewhere far away? Your eyes continued reading, but your attention had already left. Perhaps attention is like the beam of a lighthouse cutting through the darkness. It illuminates only a small part of the world, and in order to do so, everything else must remain in shadow. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." In his writings, Jung was speaking about confronting the unconscious parts of ourselves. He was not describing the brain's mechanisms of attention, yet his words gently offer another beautiful reflection. Perhaps what we fail to notice can be just as important as what stands directly before us. Not only in the outer world, but within ourselves, there are quiet emotions, old fears, unspoken longings. They do not disappear simply because we fail to notice them. Like the gorilla in the experiment, they remain, patiently waiting until the light of awareness finally reaches them. Perhaps that is why people sometimes say they suddenly understand something about themselves. In truth, that understanding may have been there all along, only before their attention had been directed somewhere else. Modern neuroscience also suggests that attention is far more than simply looking. It is a continuous process of choosing. The brain constantly answers questions we never consciously hear. What deserves attention? What can safely be ignored? What matters to my present goal? What should be prioritized to keep me alive? Those silent answers become the experience we call reality. This does not mean the outside world has changed. It simply means the doorway through which we enter that world is always opened from a uniquely personal angle. Perhaps that is also why two people can stand side by side, witness the very same moment, and later remember completely different details. One remembers the color of the sky, the other remembers someone's eyes. One notices the birds singing, the other remembers only the wind. Neither is mistaken, neither is telling a lie. Each brain is simply being faithful to what it chose to notice. Perhaps understanding this allows us to be less surprised by our differences, and a little less critical when someone else fails to notice what seems perfectly obvious to us. Tonight, as you listen to these slow and gentle words, perhaps there is still wind outside your window. Perhaps insects are singing softly. Perhaps a clock is quietly ticking, or leaves are rustling in the night. Yet only after I mention them do you truly become aware of their presence. Not because they have only just appeared, but because your attention has gently turned toward them. And that is one of the quiet wonders of the human mind. What we experience depends not only upon the world before us, but upon where the light of attention quietly chooses to shine. In the next part of our journey, we will discover why unexpected events almost always capture our attention, why movement instantly draws our eyes, and why we sometimes feel as though the entire world is watching us when, in reality, every person is simply occupied with the small beam of light cast by their own mind. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that attention is like the beam of a flashlight, able to illuminate only a tiny part of the world, then perhaps the next question is this: what determines where that beam will point? Why is it that among the thousands of images we encounter every day, some pass by completely unnoticed, while others, appearing for only a brief moment, immediately capture our entire attention? Perhaps the answer lies in an instinct that has accompanied humanity for millions of years: our ability to detect the unexpected. Imagine for a moment our distant ancestors walking through an ancient forest. Everything is peaceful. Leaves sway gently. Sunlight filters through the branches. The steady chorus of insects fills the air. Then suddenly, a patch of grass ahead begins to move in an unusual way. Instantly, every eye turns toward it, not because our ancestors were curious, but because survival depended upon it. If it were a predator, even a single moment of hesitation might cost a life. If it were only the wind, the brain would quickly adjust. But first, it always gives priority to what is unexpected. Today, although we no longer live in those forests, that same brain remains with us. Scientists call this prediction error. The brain is constantly generating expectations about what will happen next. When reality matches those expectations, it hardly needs to spend additional attention. But the moment something unexpected appears, the brain immediately sends a signal, like a small bell quietly ringing within the mind. Perhaps you have experienced this yourself. You are walking along a familiar street. Everything feels perfectly ordinary. Then suddenly, an unfamiliar sound echoes nearby, or a door that is always closed is standing open. No one tells you to look. Your eyes turn there immediately, not because you consciously chose to, because your brain had already made the choice. Perhaps it is this remarkable ability that has allowed humanity to survive through countless generations. Yet it has also made modern life profoundly different. Today, notifications on our phones, eye-catching headlines, constantly moving images, all compete for an attentional system that evolved for the natural world. Our brains still respond the way our ancestors once responded to a sudden rustle in the grass. Only now, the thing that makes us turn our heads may be nothing more than a tiny icon glowing on a screen. Another extraordinary ability of the brain is known as motion detection. It is remarkable how difficult it can sometimes be to notice an object standing perfectly still. Yet the slightest movement immediately draws our eyes. That is why people can watch a flame dancing for so long. The gentle ripples across a lake, leaves swaying in the breeze, a flock of birds in flight, or clouds drifting slowly across the sky, all possess an almost effortless power to capture our attention. Perhaps movement continually reminds the brain that something is changing, and every change may carry either opportunity or danger. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The shoe that fits one person pinches another. There is no recipe for living that suits all cases." Jung was speaking about the uniqueness of every individual's inner life. Yet his words also invite a gentle reflection. Every brain carries its own history. Every person notices different things. A mother who has just welcomed a newborn may instantly recognize her baby's cry among countless other sounds. A musician may hear a single note slightly out of tune while no one else notices. A gardener may immediately spot one fading leaf, while someone beside them sees only a garden full of green. What captures our attention often reflects what quietly matters most to our hearts. Perhaps that is why two people can stand beneath the same sky. One notices only the grey clouds, the other is captivated by the beauty of the sunset. The world has not changed. What has changed is where attention has come to rest. Psychology also describes a fascinating phenomenon known as the spotlight effect. It is our tendency to believe that other people notice us far more than they actually do. We worry about a tiny stain on our clothes, a careless remark, hair that refuses to stay in place, or a small mistake at work. It can feel as though every eye is fixed upon us. But the truth is, most people are deeply occupied with the beam of attention shining from their own minds. They, too, are worrying, thinking, wondering how others might be judging them. Perhaps there is something deeply comforting in that realization, not because people are indifferent, but because every person carries an entire universe within their own mind. Carl Gustav Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people." Perhaps, when we understand that our own minds are filled with limitations, with blind spots, with quiet biases, we become more compassionate toward others. Not everyone notices what we notice. Not everyone overlooks the same things. not because they do not care, but because each brain is quietly directing its attention somewhere different. Tonight, as you prepare to bring this day to a close, perhaps take a gentle moment to remember, was there something very small, yet quietly beautiful, that you had never noticed before today? Perhaps sunlight resting upon a wall, the song of a bird beyond your window, the comforting aroma of warm tea, or the smile of a passing stranger. Perhaps the most beautiful moments in life are not always rare. Sometimes they are simply waiting for the light of our attention to find them. And perhaps that is the greatest gift this chapter hopes to offer. We cannot pay attention to everything, but we can always choose where we gently place our attention. For wherever our attention comes to rest, life itself gradually begins to take shape. And now that we understand the brain opens only a small window through which we perceive the world, we are ready to explore something even deeper in the next chapter. Because even when two people look upon the very same scene, their emotions can completely transform how that world appears. Not only attention, but emotion itself quietly colors everything we experience. Emotion shapes perception. Perhaps there have been mornings when you awoke and felt that the sky seemed bluer than usual. The birds sang more clearly. A warm cup of tea seemed more fragrant. Even the smile of a stranger was enough to make the entire day feel lighter. And then there are other days. The same road, the same room, the same familiar faces. Yet somehow, the whole world seems heavier. Tasks that once felt effortless become difficult. A passing remark is enough to make the heart grow quiet. We often think that the world itself has changed, but perhaps the first thing that changed was our own emotional state. Psychologists describe a fascinating phenomenon called mood congruence. It shows that our current emotional state can influence the way we pay attention, remember experiences, and interpret the world around us. When we are happy, we naturally remember more positive memories. We notice opportunities more easily. Forgiveness comes more naturally, and kindness in others seems easier to recognize. But when sadness fills the heart, the brain quietly gives priority to memories carrying the same emotional tone. An old disappointment, words that once caused pain, a regret that had rested quietly for years, suddenly becomes vivid once again. Not because life has suddenly become darker, but because emotion has gently colored the lens through which we see the world. Perhaps it is like standing before the same garden. On a bright sunny morning, you notice the flowers, the butterflies, the rich green leaves. But on a rainy afternoon, your eyes are drawn first to fallen leaves, puddles gathering beneath your feet, or the gray clouds overhead. The garden has not changed. What has changed is the light within the one who is looking. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." Jung was not writing these words to explain emotion or the mechanisms of perception. He was speaking about the journey toward self-awareness. Yet if we reflect more deeply, his words gently remind us that our experience of the world always carries the imprint of our inner world. Sometimes, what hurts us is not only the circumstance itself, but also the memories, the fears, the expectations quietly resonating within us. Understanding this may help us become less quick to conclude that life is working against us. Instead, we may gently ask ourselves, how is my heart feeling today? Another fascinating observation made by psychologists is that human beings are surprisingly poor at predicting their own future emotions. This phenomenon is known as emotional forecasting. We often believe that if we achieve what we long for, we will remain happy for a very long time, or that if we lose something precious, we will remain heartbroken forever. Yet reality tells a different story. Human beings are far more adaptable than we imagine. Great joy gradually becomes familiar. Deep sorrow slowly softens. The brain is much like a river. It is always seeking its way back toward balance. Perhaps you still remember something that once kept you awake for many nights. An important examination, a painful farewell, a disappointing failure. At that time, you believed you would never recover, and yet, tonight, as you look back, it may feel like nothing more than another chapter in the story of your life. Not because it was never important, but because you have changed. Time, new experiences, and the quiet healing ability of the human mind have gently softened the sharpest edges of those memories. Perhaps that is one of the most beautiful gifts the brain offers us. If every sorrow remained as intense as it was on the very first day, it would be difficult to keep moving forward. If every joy lasted forever, we might lose the desire to discover anything new. The changing nature of emotion is therefore not a weakness. It is one of the remarkable ways human beings continue to grow. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." These words remind us that we are not shaped only by what has happened to us. We are also shaped by how we choose to continue living afterward. Perhaps emotions are like clouds drifting across the sky, sometimes thick, sometimes thin, sometimes covering the sunlight completely, yet the sky behind them has never disappeared. When we truly understand this, we become less likely to mistake a passing emotion for our permanent identity. A sad day does not mean life itself is sad. A moment of anxiety does not mean the future will always feel uncertain. A single disappointment can never define the worth of an entire human being. Tonight, if you are listening to these words after a long day, perhaps you, too, are carrying emotions that have not yet found their names. A quiet weariness, a gentle longing, or a small uncertainty resting somewhere in the heart. Do not try to push them away, and do not rush to judge them. Simply watch them quietly, as though sitting beside the bank of a peaceful river, observing the water as it flows. For emotions have a rhythm all their own. They arrive, remain for a little while, and then they gently move on. And in the next chapter, we will discover something even more remarkable, that sometimes it is not emotion that creates a smile, but rather a gentle smile, a slow, peaceful breath, a relaxed posture, or a deep and restful sleep can quietly change the emotions already present within our minds. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that our emotions can change the way the world appears before our eyes, then what we are about to explore may be even more gentle than that. For a very long time, we have grown accustomed to believing that every emotion begins in the mind, that when we feel happy, we smile. When we feel sad, our shoulders become heavy. When we are anxious, our breathing grows quick and shallow. Everything seems to move in only one direction, from within, outward into the body. But modern psychology offers us a fascinating perspective. Sometimes, the journey can also travel in the opposite direction. The body does not merely express emotion. It can quietly help create emotion as well. Think back to a morning when you woke after a truly restful night's sleep. You stepped outside, took a slow, deep breath. Your shoulders relaxed. Your breathing was calm. Your face felt soft. Everything around you seemed a little more welcoming. Now remember another morning. You had slept only a few hours. Your neck and shoulders were tense. Your eyes felt tired. Even the smallest inconvenience seemed enough to test your patience. What had changed? The world outside was almost exactly the same, but your body had quietly told your brain a completely different story. One of the best-known ideas in psychology is called the facial feedback hypothesis. This theory suggests that facial expressions may influence emotional experience, in addition to reflecting it. Although researchers continue to study and debate the strength and mechanisms of this effect, many studies suggest that facial expressions can contribute to shaping how we feel in certain situations. That does not mean that simply smiling will make every sadness disappear. Life is not that simple, but it offers us a beautiful possibility that the body and the mind are always in conversation, without ever stopping. A gentle smile may not solve every problem, but sometimes it is like opening a small window, allowing light the opportunity to enter, not to erase the darkness all at once, but to gently remind us that the light is still there. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Jung was not speaking about facial expressions or physiological feedback. He was speaking about the lifelong journey of becoming our authentic selves. Yet perhaps, to become who we truly are, we must also learn to listen to the wisdom of the body. For many things that the thinking mind has not yet found words for, the body has known for a long time. There are days when you tell yourself that you are fine, yet your shoulders remain tight. Your breathing is shallow. Your hands feel cold. Sometimes, the body is more honest than words. This idea extends into a broader concept, often called body feedback. Not only our facial expressions, but our posture, our breathing, the relaxation or tension of our muscles, even the way we sit or walk, can quietly shape our emotional experience in return. Notice what happens when you become anxious. Your head lowers, your shoulders draw inward, your breathing becomes shallow, your eyes drift toward the ground. But when you feel safe, you breathe more deeply. Your shoulders open, your steps become slower and more relaxed. The brain does not simply send signals to the body. It is constantly receiving signals back from the body, helping it determine whether the present environment is safe. Perhaps that is why a single, slow, steady breath can sometimes bring such a deep sense of peace. Not because the problem has disappeared, but because the brain receives a quiet message. At this moment, I am safe. There is another faithful companion of our emotional life that we often appreciate only after we have lost it: sleep. For many years, scientists have observed that sleep does far more than simply allow the body to rest. It also plays a vital role in regulating emotion. This relationship is often explored through the study of sleep and emotion. After a full and restorative night's sleep, many people discover that problems which felt overwhelming the night before suddenly seem far easier to face the following morning. Not because the situation itself has changed, but because the brain has been given time to process and reorganize emotional experience. Perhaps you have felt this yourself. An argument, a disappointment, a difficult decision. At night, everything feels like a storm. Yet after sleeping, the waves seem gentler. You still remember what happened, but you are no longer being carried away by it. Sleep is like a patient gardener, quietly pruning the tangled branches of our emotions, keeping what truly matters, so that when morning arrives, there is once again space for light to enter the garden of the mind. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps, when night falls, we do not simply fall asleep, we also begin a quiet journey inward. Within that silence, the brain continues its gentle work, organizing memories, regulating emotions, connecting together the experiences of the day that has passed, so that, when dawn arrives, we are given another opportunity to see the world through renewed eyes. Perhaps that is why a good night's sleep is such a precious gift, not because it removes every difficulty, but because it gives the heart enough calmness to face those difficulties. Tonight, if you are listening to these words in the quiet darkness of your room, perhaps you do not need to force yourself to feel happy. You do not need to demand positive thoughts from yourself. Simply allow your shoulders to soften. Let your breathing become a little slower. Let the muscles of your face gently relax. Allow your body to know that right now you are in a place of safety. And perhaps, from that very small sense of peace, your mind, too, will gradually become peaceful. Perhaps the greatest gift psychology offers us is not a formula for constant happiness. It is understanding. The understanding that emotions are not our enemies. They are messengers, sometimes bringing joyful news, sometimes carrying sorrow, yet always trying to tell us something about the deepest needs within us. And when we learn to listen to those messages with kindness, we begin to resist ourselves less, to hurry less, to judge ourselves less harshly, until one day we quietly realize that the mind does not shape only the body. The body, too, spends every day telling the mind a gentle story, a story about safety, about hope, and about the remarkable human capacity to heal. In the next chapter, we will continue this journey by exploring the quiet signals our bodies send each day. A glance, a gentle touch, the rhythm of a breath, the way we walk. Each of these can reveal truths that words alone have never been able to fully express about the hidden world within every human being. When the body reveals the secrets of the mind, if, in the previous chapter, we discovered that emotions can shape the body, then tonight we will take another gentle step along that journey. For perhaps, long before we speak a single word, before our lips have the chance to smile, or before reason can explain what we are feeling, the body has already begun telling a story without words, yet one that people everywhere seem to understand in a deeply natural way. Perhaps you have experienced a moment like this. You walk into a room, no one says anything, and yet, with nothing more than a glance into someone's eyes, you immediately sense warmth. Or, just as easily, you know that something is not quite right. There is something truly remarkable about that. How can a single glance, a tiny movement across someone's face, or the gentlest breath, communicate so much? Perhaps the answer lies in something very ancient. Human beings learned to read the body long before we learned to read written words. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, our ancestors had no language as we know it today, yet they still needed to know who was a friend, who was a threat, who was afraid, who needed help, who was angry. In order to survive, the brain learned to notice the smallest signals: a glance, a movement, a change in breathing, a particular posture. Those remarkable abilities remain within every one of us, even when we are completely unaware of them. One of the most fascinating signals is the changing size of the pupils. Researchers often study this phenomenon under the name pupil dilation. The pupils do not widen only when light grows dim. They can also change according to levels of attention, interest, and cognitive or emotional arousal. When we focus intently on something, when we are surprised, when curiosity awakens, or when we look at someone we deeply care about, our pupils may gently expand. What makes this especially remarkable is that the process happens almost entirely outside conscious awareness. We cannot deliberately control it the way we raise a hand or turn our heads. Perhaps that is exactly why it has become one of the most genuine signals the body can offer. What moves me most is not the phenomenon itself, but what it quietly means. For perhaps the eyes have never existed only to see. They are also the place where the mind gently reaches out to touch the world. There are eyes that make us feel deeply heard, eyes that bring a quiet sense of peace, and there are eyes that we meet only once, yet somehow remember for years. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Jung was speaking about encounters between human beings, not about eye contact itself. Yet perhaps no image expresses that truth more beautifully. Every genuine meeting leaves its mark, not only within thought, but within the body as well. A sincere gaze can quietly change the rhythm of the heart. A gentle smile can soften another person's face. A meaningful conversation can leave both people walking away somehow changed. This is something modern science has gradually begun to understand. Communication does not happen only through language. The brain is constantly reading silent signals, the direction of another person's gaze, physical distance, facial expressions, the rhythm of a voice. And from all these quiet messages, it builds either trust or caution. Perhaps you have experienced this yourself. Sometimes, someone speaks beautifully, yet something still feels inauthentic. while another person says very little, but the moment you meet their eyes, you immediately sense sincerity. That is not magic. It is the result of millions of years of evolution. The brain has learned to combine countless signals at once. It does not simply listen to words. It listens to the body as well. Another fascinating phenomenon is eye contact. Eye contact does more than allow us to see one another. It also helps the brain evaluate connection. Across many cultures, making eye contact at the appropriate moment often contributes to a feeling of presence, care, and connection, although the way it is expressed naturally varies from one culture to another. Perhaps that is why newborn babies spend so much time gazing at the faces of their caregivers, not because they understand language, but because, from the very beginning, the brain learns that another person's eyes carry information about safety, about care, about love. Perhaps that is what human beings continue searching for throughout life. Not simply someone who hears us, but someone who truly sees us. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you." Perhaps loneliness is not created only by distance. Sometimes it grows from the feeling that no one truly understands what we carry within. And sometimes what eases that loneliness is not a long speech, but a gentle gaze, a quiet nod, a presence that asks for no words at all. Tonight, as you listen to these gentle reflections, perhaps your own eyes are beginning to grow tired. Your breathing has become slower, your heartbeat steadier. Allow your body to rest. For it is often in these quiet moments that we discover the body has never been merely the shell surrounding the mind. It has always been a faithful companion, quietly telling the stories that the heart has not yet found the words to speak. And in the next part of our journey, we will discover even more of the body's silent languages, why a smile can spread effortlessly from one person to another, why a gentle touch can create a feeling of safety, and why simply changing the way we walk may gradually change the way we feel. Perhaps the body has always known far more about the mind than we ever imagined. If the eyes are the first doorway into the inner world, the body possesses many other ways of continuing that story. The remarkable thing is this: many of the most important conversations human beings ever have take place in complete silence, not through words, but through the smallest movements, a passing smile, a gentle nod, a light touch of the hand, or simply the rhythm of someone's footsteps as they walk down a quiet street. Our brains seem to be listening to these signals constantly, even before conscious awareness catches up. Perhaps you have experienced this while talking with a close friend. After a while, you suddenly notice that both of you are sitting in almost exactly the same position, holding your cups of tea in nearly the same way, sometimes even smiling or nodding at almost the very same moment. No one intended to imitate the other. It simply happened. In psychology, this phenomenon is known as mimicry, the unconscious tendency to mirror certain gestures, facial expressions, or rhythms of another person during social interaction. Many studies suggest that this quiet synchronization can help foster feelings of closeness and social connection. There is something deeply moving about that. Perhaps human beings were created not only to speak, but to resonate with one another. There are conversations that feel wonderfully comforting, not because the words themselves are extraordinary, but because the bodies of both people seem to have quietly found the same rhythm. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder, a secret order." Jung was speaking about the hidden order within the human psyche, yet viewed through the lens of behavioral science, his words evoke another beautiful image. Beneath gestures that appear completely spontaneous, there often exists a quiet harmony. Our brains never stop searching for connection, not through commands, but through natural empathy. Perhaps one of the gentlest forms of non-verbal communication is human touch. In psychology, many studies on warm touch suggest that touch, when appropriate to the situation and welcomed by the other person, can help foster feelings of closeness, safety, and care. From the very beginning of life, human beings learn about the world through being held, through the hands of their parents, through the feeling of being gently cared for. Perhaps, long before we understood language, we understood love through the skin. A hand held at the right moment, an embrace after a long and exhausting day, or simply a gentle hand resting upon a shoulder, can sometimes offer more comfort than countless words. Not because touch solves every problem, but because it quietly sends the brain one beautifully simple message: you are not alone. Perhaps that is one of the messages every human being longs to hear, not only during childhood, but throughout an entire lifetime. Yet the body still speaks another language, one that often goes unnoticed: the way we walk. Research on walking and emotion suggests that emotion and walking style influence one another in both directions. When we feel sad, many people naturally walk more slowly. Their shoulders draw inward, eyes naturally lower. When we feel happy, our steps often become lighter, quicker. Our posture becomes more open as well. What is fascinating is this: the relationship does not flow in only one direction. Just as we discussed in the previous chapter, the body can also shape our emotional experience in return. A steady posture, a calm, even breath, a slow but confident walk. Sometimes, these simple actions can help the brain sense that you are still safe, still moving forward. Perhaps you have experienced afternoons filled with sadness, yet after taking a slow walk beneath the trees, breathing in the cool, fresh air, everything seemed to soften, not because life had changed, but because your body had quietly told your mind a different story, a gentler story. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Even a happy life cannot be without a measure of darkness, and the word happy would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sorrow." The invisible power of belief. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that the body can quietly retell the story of the mind, then tonight we enter an even stranger landscape, a place that modern science has spent decades exploring, a place that has led countless people to wonder: what truly shapes human experience? The world around us, or what we believe about that world? Perhaps you have had an experience that feels very familiar. Someone tells you that a certain cup of tea will help your body relax. You take a sip, and somehow, just a few minutes later, you genuinely begin to feel calmer. Or, on another day, you are told that the task ahead will be incredibly difficult. Even before you begin, your heart beats faster, your shoulders feel heavier, everything already seems more stressful. What happened? Nothing in your circumstances has changed, yet your experience has already begun to change. Perhaps that is because the brain does not respond only to what is happening, it also responds to what it expects will happen. In psychology and medicine, there is a well-known phenomenon called the placebo effect. It refers to situations in which positive expectations about a treatment can contribute to real improvements in how some people feel, or in certain symptoms, even when the treatment itself contains no active therapeutic ingredient. What is important to understand is this: the placebo effect does not mean that illness is imaginary, nor does it mean that belief can replace every medical treatment. Instead, it reveals something profoundly important. The brain and the body are constantly communicating with one another, and expectations can sometimes influence how the body responds. That has always filled me with wonder, because it turns out, belief does not exist only in our thoughts. It leaves very real traces throughout the body. Perhaps, imagine yourself walking along a familiar path. If someone tells you that a beautiful garden lies just ahead, you will probably walk with a different frame of mind. You pay closer attention, you anticipate more, you notice beauty more easily. But if, before you begin, someone insists that the road ahead is dangerous, you will slow your pace. You listen more carefully, your shoulders tense slightly, your heart beats faster. The road has not changed, yet your brain has prepared you for two completely different journeys. Scientists broadly refer to this phenomenon as the expectation effect. The brain does not wait for the world to reveal itself before reacting. It is constantly generating predictions about what comes next, and those predictions help shape the experiences we ultimately have. Perhaps that is why two people can begin the very same new job. One sees opportunity, the other sees only risk. One feels excited, the other is overwhelmed with anxiety. Their circumstances are remarkably similar, but their expectations are different. And each brain prepares its owner to experience the situation in a different way. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "What you resist persists." This quote is often cited in discussions of depth psychology. Jung did not mean that everything we resist inevitably grows larger in a literal sense. Rather, he meant that psychological material we deny or avoid can continue influencing our inner lives until it is recognized and consciously faced. Perhaps belief works in much the same way. The thoughts we repeat to ourselves day after day gradually become the lens through which the brain views the world. If every day we believe we are destined to fail, the brain unconsciously begins paying greater attention to evidence that confirms that belief. If every day we believe that everyone is judging us, the brain becomes especially sensitive to glances or facial expressions that seem distant or cold, not because the world is truly that way, but because expectation is guiding attention. Perhaps the most extraordinary things about the brain is not its ability to remember, nor is it its ability to think. It is its ability to prepare. The brain is always trying to predict the future so that we can respond more quickly. That was once an enormous evolutionary advantage, but in modern life, the very same mechanism sometimes causes us to carry countless worries about things that have not even happened. Perhaps you have felt nervous before meeting someone, anxious before giving a presentation, or restless while waiting for an important phone call. For hours, your brain imagined every possible scenario, and then, when the moment finally arrived, it turned out to be far gentler than you had expected. Not because you are weak, but because the brain is always trying to prepare for the worst. That is how it protects us, even when that protection sometimes becomes exhausting. Carl Gustav Jung also wrote, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." Perhaps the most beautiful word in that sentence is choose, because amid all the expectations the brain creates, human beings still possess the ability to become aware, to observe, and to choose how they respond. We cannot prevent every thought from appearing, but we can learn not to let every thought become our only reality. Tonight, as you lie quietly in your room, your mind may still be carrying a few worries from the day. Do not force them to disappear. Simply note that many of the things causing you anxiety have not actually happened, and your brain, with all its good intentions, is simply trying to prepare you for the future. Thank it. Then quietly say to yourself, "Tonight, I am safe." Perhaps that is the gentlest gift you can offer your mind before drifting into sleep. And in the next section, we will explore the other side of belief. If positive expectations can help the body respond in positive ways, what happens when fear, anxiety, and negative expectations also begin to be accepted by the brain as reality? It is there that we encounter one of the strangest and most powerful phenomena in psychology. If, in the previous section, we discovered that positive expectations can sometimes create very real changes in the way both the body and the mind respond, then tonight we step into the other side of the story. Just as light always walks beside shadow, belief has two directions. One can make us stronger, the other can quietly make our fears grow larger, not because the world has changed, but because the brain has prepared for a different experience. In medicine and psychology, the phenomenon opposite to the placebo effect is known as the nocebo effect. If the placebo effect shows that positive expectations can contribute to improving human experience. The nocebo effect describes how negative expectations can sometimes make certain symptoms feel more intense or increase discomfort, even when there is no corresponding new biological cause. This does not mean that every pain is created by the mind, nor does it mean that simply thinking positively can cure disease. What science suggests is something much gentler. The brain does not merely receive signals from the body, it also interprets them, and those interpretations can shape the experiences we ultimately feel. Imagine this. You are walking through a quiet forest. Suddenly, you hear a faint sound behind you. If someone has just assured you that the forest is completely safe, you might simply assume it is the wind. But if, before entering the forest, someone warned you that dangerous animals live there, that very same sound suddenly feels far more frightening. Your heart beats faster, your muscles tighten, your breathing becomes quicker. The fascinating part is this: the sound itself has not changed. What has changed is the meaning your brain has assigned to it. Perhaps this is one of the fundamental principles of perception. We do not merely react to events, we react to what the brain believes those events mean. Another fascinating area of research is known as pain prediction. Today, many scientists believe that the experience of pain depends not only on signals coming from the body, but is also influenced by context, attention, memory, and the brain's expectations. That does not make pain any less real. Quite the opposite. It reminds us that pain is an extraordinarily complex experience. The brain is constantly trying to answer one essential question: is the body in danger? If the answer is yes, the brain may amplify incoming signals in order to protect us. If the answer is no, the brain may help soften that experience instead. It is a mechanism shaped by millions of years of evolution, not to make human beings suffer, but to keep us alive. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Where your fear is, there is your task." Jung did not write these words to explain the biology of pain. He was speaking about psychological growth. Yet perhaps they also invite a beautiful reflection. Fear is not always our enemy. Sometimes it is simply trying to tell us that there is something waiting to be understood, some part of ourselves that longs to be heard. Perhaps the strangest thing about the brain is not that it creates emotions. It is that it is always trying to protect us, even when that protection sometimes becomes excessive. Someone who was once bitten by a dog may feel anxious whenever they see another dog. Someone who once failed while speaking before a crowd may feel their heart race at the mere thought of giving another presentation. Not because the brain wishes to make them suffer, but because it is gently reminding them, last time, this was dangerous. The hopeful part is this: the brain is also capable of learning again, new experiences of safety, gradually facing what once frightened us, positive memories accumulated over time. All of these can help reshape old predictions. Perhaps that is one of psychology's greatest gifts. Human beings are not forever trapped inside yesterday's predictions. We can learn, we can adapt, we can change. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps Jung was not asking us to ignore the outside world. He was inviting us to spend time looking inward, at the expectations quietly living within us. What are we waiting for? What are we afraid of? What do we truly believe about ourselves? More often than we realize, the answers to those questions shape our lives far more than our circumstances ever do. Tonight, as you lie down, perhaps a few thoughts are still keeping your heart from resting completely. Tomorrow's work, a conversation that has not yet happened, a decision still waiting to be made. Ask yourself gently, how much of it is reality, and how much of it is simply the brain's prediction? Not to deny your worries, but to create just enough distance to recognize something important. You are not every thought passing through your mind, nor are you every fear that appears. They are simply visitors. They come and they go. Perhaps that is the greatest gift of understanding. When we realize that the brain is constantly trying to predict in order to protect us, we become less angry with ourselves, less critical of our moments of vulnerability, and we learn to smile more gently at predictions that may never become reality. Because in the end, our lives are shaped not only by what happens to us, but also by how we choose to respond, with awareness, with compassion, and with hope. And now that we understand the quiet power of belief, we are ready to step into another fascinating discovery in the next chapter. For it is not only our expectations that shape us. Music, colors, scents, and the ordinary signals of our senses are also quietly guiding our thoughts and behaviors every single day in ways that most of us have never noticed. Music, color, and the senses that quietly shape behavior. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that belief can quietly shape the way the brain interprets the world, then tonight we step into an even more delicate landscape, a place where logic is unnecessary, where long explanations are unnecessary. A familiar melody, a gentle color, or the faintest trace of a fragrance can be enough to stir the heart. Perhaps you have experienced this before. An ordinary evening, suddenly, a melody begins playing somewhere nearby, just the first few notes, and before you even realize it, your mind has already returned to a distant summer, an old road, an old friend, or a much younger version of yourself. The remarkable thing is, you never tried to remember. The memory found you, as though a hidden door inside your mind had quietly swung open. Perhaps music has never been just sound. It is a key, a bridge, a language the brain learned. Long before we ever knew how to explain emotions with words, in cognitive psychology, there is a fascinating phenomenon known as an earworm. It is the experience of a short melody or lyric repeating itself over and over inside the mind, even long after the music has stopped. Almost everyone has experienced this. You hear a song in the morning. By afternoon, the melody is still quietly playing inside your head. No one is singing, no speakers are playing, and yet the music continues, as though the brain has not quite finished telling that story. Researchers believe this phenomenon may be related to the way the brain processes familiar sound patterns and its tendency to complete unfinished sequences of information. The brain loves patterns, it loves rhythm, and sometimes it simply continues replaying a melody as a way of completing the experience. That thought has always moved me deeply, because it turns out that even in complete silence, the mind is still singing. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity." Jung did not write these words specifically about music. He was speaking about the creative spirit of human beings. But perhaps, music is one of the most beautiful examples of this, because when we listen to a piece of music, we are not simply hearing sound. Each of us creates an entirely unique world within our own mind. Some see the fields of childhood, some remember the sea, others encounter a face they have not seen for many years. The music is the same, yet every soul continues writing a different story. Another fascinating phenomenon is known as music and time. Psychologists have found that music can influence the way people experience the passage of time. Sometimes, just a few minutes spent listening to a favorite song feel as though they pass in an instant. At other times, a piece that is slow, gentle, and quiet can make each second seem to stretch, like water drifting peacefully beneath the moonlight. Perhaps that is why, for thousands of years, human beings have woven music into sacred rituals, prayers, lullabies, farewells, and joyful celebrations alike. Music does not change the clock, but it changes our experience of time. When the heart is at peace, an hour can slip by effortlessly. When we are anxious, even a few minutes can seem endless. What changes is not time itself, but the mind. Perhaps you still remember those nights from childhood, when your mother or grandmother softly sang you a lullaby. You did not understand every word, yet somehow you felt safe, not because the melody was perfect, but because your brain had linked that music with the feeling of security. Even today, hearing just the first few notes can soften your heart, as though the memory never truly left. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps music does both of those things at once. It carries us far away, into memories, dreams, and symbols. Yet, at the very same time, it also brings us home, back to the emotions that are present now, back to our breathing, back to the quiet within. Perhaps that is why music reaches places language never can. There are sorrows that cannot be spoken, yet can be heard. There are hopes that cannot be described, yet can be felt through a melody. And there are memories that seemed long asleep. Only a few notes are enough to awaken them once again. Tonight, as you listen to these slow, gentle words, perhaps somewhere inside your mind, an old melody is quietly playing. Do not try to hold on to it, nor should you try to push it away. Simply let it arrive, like an old friend. Let it sit beside you, tell its story, and when the time comes, let it quietly leave. For the mind is much like music. It has its own rhythm. There are moments when it rises, and moments when it becomes still. And it is within the silence, between the notes, that we hear our own inner voice most clearly. But music is only the beginning, because in the next section, we will explore something even more subtle. A familiar scent can unlock an entire world of memories. A gentle shade of blue can help quiet the mind. A touch of red can subtly change the rhythm of the heart. And a warm cup of tea held in your hands may do more than warm your body. It may also make your heart feel a little closer to the world. Perhaps all of our senses have been quietly telling the story of our lives in ways that our conscious minds have never fully noticed. If, in the previous section, we explored how a melody can awaken memories that have slept for many years, then tonight we continue into something even more delicate. Because sometimes, music is unnecessary. Words are unnecessary. A faint fragrance, a passing color, or the comforting warmth of a teacup in your hands is enough to change the way we experience the entire world. Perhaps, of all our senses, the sense of smell is the quietest storyteller. You walk past a garden after the rain. The scent of damp earth gently fills the air, and suddenly, without any effort, an afternoon from childhood returns. A narrow dirt road, the song of cicadas at summer's end, your mother's shirt, still carrying the warmth of sunshine, or the old kitchen, where your grandmother was preparing dinner. The remarkable thing is, you never searched for those memories. The scent found you. Psychologists call this phenomenon smell memory. Our sense of smell has especially close connections with regions of the brain involved in emotion and memory. That is why a familiar scent can awaken an entire world of feelings within only a few seconds. Perhaps that is why we often remember the scent of a childhood home, an old book, a loved one, or the springtime of a particular year, far longer than we remember the color of the walls or the shape of the furniture. A fragrance does not simply pass through the nose, it travels directly to the heart. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Perhaps a tiny fragrance, something that seems completely ordinary, can hold more meaning than the grandest of experiences. Not because the scent itself is extraordinary, but because it has become the key that unlocks the door of memory. After scent, perhaps color is another remarkably subtle language of the mind. Across many studies of perception, Scientists have found that colors can influence emotions and behavior in certain situations, although these effects also depend on culture, personal experience, and context. This is often discussed through observations known as the blue effect and the red effect. Blue, especially soft shades of blue, is often associated with the sky, the sea, openness, and tranquility. Perhaps that is why so many spaces designed for rest, libraries, or meditation are decorated with gentle, calming colors, not because colors possess magical powers, but because the brain has learned to associate them with feelings of safety. Red, by contrast, naturally attracts more attention. In nature, red may remind us of ripe fruit, blood, fire, or signals that demand an immediate response. As a result, the brain tends to notice red more readily. In certain situations, that does not mean everyone responds to red in exactly the same way, but it reminds us that even color plays a quiet role in shaping the experiences our brains create. Perhaps the world has never been merely a collection of physical objects. It is also a symphony of light, color, sound, and memory. Another fascinating phenomenon is known as the warm drink effect. Some studies suggest that, under certain circumstances, holding a warm drink can subtly influence how people perceive warmth, closeness, or friendliness during social interactions. This is not a universal rule, but it gently reminds us of something beautiful. The body and the mind are always in conversation. A pair of hands warmed by a cup can sometimes soften the heart as well. Perhaps you have experienced a winter evening, sitting beside a window, both hands wrapped around a steaming cup of tea. Outside, the wind continues to blow. The night remains cold. Yet inside, something slowly begins to soften, not because the world has changed, but because your body has quietly sent your brain a very small message. We are being cared for. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people." Perhaps, before we can truly understand the world, we must first learn to notice the quiet signals passing through ourselves. A fragrance that makes the heart suddenly grow still. A melody that unexpectedly brings tears to our eyes. A color that gently calms the mind. Or a warm cup of tea that somehow makes a long day feel just a little lighter. They are all telling a story, not about the world itself, but about the human being experiencing that world. Perhaps the greatest wonder of the brain is not how quickly it thinks, but how effortlessly it weaves the smallest moments into an entire sky filled with meaning. A fragrance, a ray of sunlight, a single leaf, a melody, each of them can become a bridge between the present and the past, between consciousness and the unconscious, between reason and emotion. Tonight, if your room is especially quiet, try noticing the smallest things: the scent of your pillow, the warmth of your blanket, the gentle whisper of the wind outside your window, or the comforting feeling of your breathing gradually slowing. Perhaps peace has never been somewhere far away. It has always been present, within life's simplest experiences. We have only forgotten to notice them, amid the hurried rhythm of everyday life. And perhaps that is the gift this chapter hopes to offer you. Human beings do not live by thought alone. We live through all of our senses. Every color, every fragrance, every sound, every touch. Each one quietly adds another brushstroke to the painting we call life. When we understand that, perhaps we begin to treasure the ordinary things a little more, because sometimes the smallest things of all are where the soul discovers its deepest healing. And now that we understand how our senses can quietly shape our emotions and behavior, we are ready to step into the next chapter, where we will explore an even subtler force: familiarity. Why does the brain begin to trust, prefer, and choose something simply because it has encountered it often enough, even when we have no conscious awareness that it is happening. How familiarity quietly guides our lives. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered how a familiar melody, a passing fragrance, or a gentle color can quietly touch the deepest layers of the mind, then tonight we take one more step into something even quieter still: the power of familiarity. Perhaps you have walked along an ordinary street. On the first day, you barely noticed it. But after many months, that same street began to feel strangely comforting. The rows of trees, the cafe on the corner, the sound of bicycle bells. Each morning, little by little, they became part of your life. The remarkable thing is, the street itself never changed. What changed was your brain. For a very long time, human beings have naturally tended to feel more comfortable with things they encounter again and again. In psychology, this phenomenon is known as the mere exposure effect. It describes how repeated exposure to a person, an image, a melody, or even a symbol can gradually increase our sense of familiarity and positive feeling toward it, even if it made no special impression at first. At first, that may sound surprisingly simple, but when we look more closely, it turns out to be one of the brain's most fundamental mechanisms. For throughout millions of years of evolution, what was familiar was often what had already proven safe. A path our ancestors had walked many times without harm was probably safer than one they had never explored. A fruit they had eaten before, without becoming ill, was probably more trustworthy than one they had never seen. Over time, the brain learned a remarkably practical rule. What is familiar is often less dangerous than what is unknown. Perhaps that same mechanism still lives quietly inside each of us. The first time you hear a song, you may not particularly like it, but after hearing it many times, the melody begins to feel familiar. A book, a face, a brand, even a simple phrase, all can follow the same path, not because they have changed, but because the brain has quietly begun to treat them as part of the familiar world. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Every form of addiction is bad, no matter whether the narcotic be alcohol, morphine, or idealism." Jung was speaking about humanity's tendency to cling so tightly to familiar patterns that we lose our inner freedom. He was not discussing the mere exposure effect, yet his words invite a meaningful reflection. Perhaps what is familiar always brings a sense of safety. But if we cling only to what is familiar, we may also miss the opportunity to grow, because growth often begins with a single step beyond our comfort zone. That does not mean familiarity is something negative. Quite the opposite. It gives us our sense of belonging, a home, a favorite song, an old chair, a familiar cup of tea, or the voice of someone we love. These are all familiar things, and it is their familiarity that brings us peace. Perhaps it is no coincidence that after a long day, people long to return home, not only because it is a place to rest, but because the brain recognizes it. This is safe, this is known, this is where I can finally relax. Psychology also describes another closely related concept, familiarity bias. It is our tendency to favor familiar choices over unfamiliar ones, even when the familiar option may not actually be the better choice. Perhaps you have experienced this yourself. You walk into a supermarket, surrounded by countless products. You instinctively choose the brand you recognize, even though you have never carefully compared it with the others. Or when you see a familiar face, you smile more easily. You begin a conversation more naturally, whereas with a complete stranger, you usually need a little more time. The brain is not doing this because it is lazy. It is simply trying to conserve energy. If it had to evaluate everything from the beginning, every single day, life would become exhausting. Familiarity becomes a shortcut, a way for the brain to make decisions more quickly. Perhaps This also explains why traditions, rituals, lullabies, and stories passed down through generations remain so enduring, not only because of their content, but because of the comforting familiarity they carry with them. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps the journey toward becoming yourself does not require rejecting everything familiar. Instead, it asks us to learn the difference between what truly nourishes the soul and what is merely an old habit of the brain. Some familiar things are precious. A family dinner, someone wishing you good night, a beloved book you have read many times. But there are also familiar beliefs, old prejudices, long-held fears, things that remain with us only because they have been repeated for so many years. Tonight, as you listen to these slow, gentle words, perhaps ask yourself, what in your life brings you peace simply because it is familiar? And what do you continue believing only because you have heard it again and again? Perhaps those are two very different questions, yet both lead us toward the same journey, the journey of understanding how the brain quietly chooses what it loves, what it trusts, and what it calls normal. In the next section, we will discover how familiarity does more than create a sense of safety. It also quietly shapes decisions that seem perfectly rational. Sometimes, all it takes is the very first number we see. A familiar brand, or an idea repeated often enough, can become an invisible anchor, quietly steering our thinking in ways that we ourselves rarely notice. If, in the previous section, we discovered that familiarity can create a sense of safety and naturally make the brain feel more positively toward things it encounters again and again, then tonight we step into an even more fascinating question. Are the decisions we call completely rational truly guided by reason alone? Or before we have time to think, has the brain already quietly dropped a few invisible anchors to guide our judgment? Perhaps you have walked into a clothing store. You notice a jacket priced at 3 million dong. Then right beside it, another jacket is marked down to only 1.5 million. Suddenly, 1.5 million seems like an excellent deal, perfectly reasonable. But if the first jacket had never been there, perhaps you would have viewed that same price very differently. What just happened was not mathematics. It was a psychological phenomenon known as the anchoring effect. In many situations, the brain tends to use the very first piece of information it receives as an initial reference point, then adjusts later judgments around that anchor, even when the anchor itself does not accurately represent the true value. This does not mean human beings lack reason. Quite the opposite. It is one of the brain's ways of saving time. If every decision had to begin from absolute zero, even the smallest choices would demand enormous mental effort. So, the brain creates anchors, and from there, it estimates, it compares, and it chooses. Perhaps it is not only prices that are viewed through these invisible anchors. The first opinion we hear about another person, the first impression during a meeting, even beliefs formed during childhood. All of these can become starting points for countless judgments that follow. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Thinking is difficult. That's why most people judge." Perhaps Jung was not criticizing humanity. He was simply reminding us that deep thinking always requires more energy than reaching quick conclusions, and the brain, in its effort to conserve that energy, often chooses the shorter path. Another area where familiarity reveals itself very clearly is branding. Think back to the last time you needed to buy something. Among dozens of names, you probably felt more comfortable choosing a brand you had seen many times before, not because you had personally verified every aspect of its quality, but because your brain had stored a feeling of familiarity. What is familiar? simply feels less risky. That is an entirely natural tendency, and it is one of the reasons companies work so hard to place their brands before our eyes, again and again, not merely to be seen, but to become familiar. Yet perhaps the most fascinating phenomenon in this chapter is something known as the illusory truth effect. This is our tendency to perceive information as more believable, simply because we have heard or seen it repeated many times, even though repetition alone does not make it true. The brain processes familiar information more easily, and sometimes that feeling of ease is quietly mistaken for truth. That does not mean people are naive. It simply reveals how constantly the brain works to reduce the effort of processing information. Perhaps you have heard a particular saying repeated over and over again, until one day you found yourself believing it without ever asking whether it was actually true. That is why understanding psychology does not merely help us understand other people, it also helps us understand how our own minds work. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The pendulum of the mind oscillates between sense and nonsense, not between right and wrong." Perhaps what Jung wished to remind us is that the human mind is not a perfect machine that effortlessly separates truth from error. It swings, it searches, it adjusts, and it learns. Once we understand that, perhaps we become a little less certain that every first thought is necessarily the right one. Perhaps the greatest gift this chapter offers is not encouraging us to doubt everything, but simply to pause for a little longer. When we find ourselves liking something, we can quietly ask, "Do I truly love this? Or have I simply encountered it so many times?" When we believe something, we can also gently wonder, "Have I actually examined this? Or does it merely sound familiar?" Questions like these do not make life more complicated. Quite the opposite. They create more freedom. Freedom to choose, freedom to change, and freedom to grow. Tonight, as you lie down and allow your thoughts to gradually settle, perhaps remember this: the brain naturally loves what is familiar. That is not a flaw. It is the very mechanism that helped our ancestors survive for millions of years. But human beings possess an even greater gift: the ability to recognize the invisible anchors quietly guiding us, and then, in the calm of awareness, to smile, to thank the brain for always trying to protect us, while gently remaining open to what is new, because it is often beyond the boundaries of familiarity that life's most beautiful discoveries begin. And from here, we step into an even deeper chapter, for it is not only familiar things that shape us. The very presence of other people quietly influences our thoughts, our emotions, and our decisions every single day. This is the story of the invisible power of social psychology, a world where human beings affect one another far more profoundly than we often realize. How social psychology shapes our decisions. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered how familiar things quietly guide our choices, then tonight we continue our journey into another mysterious landscape of the human mind. For perhaps the strongest influence upon us does not come from colors, nor from music, nor even from memory. It comes from other people. From the very first moment we entered the world crying, we have lived within the gaze of others. We were held in the arms of others. We learned language from others. We discovered right and wrong through the reactions of others, and many of the decisions we believe are entirely our own have, in truth, already been shaped by the presence of the people around us. Perhaps you have experienced a very familiar moment. You walk into a room, everyone is looking in the same direction, no one asks you to, no one explains why, yet, within seconds, you find yourself turning your head to look there too. Or perhaps an entire group bursts into laughter. Before you even understand the joke, you catch yourself smiling as well. This is not weakness. It is a remarkable ability that helped our species survive for hundreds of thousands of years. In social psychology, this phenomenon is known as conformity, our tendency to adjust our thoughts or behaviors under the influence of those around us or the norms of a group. At first glance, it may seem to threaten our independence. But from the perspective of evolution, it was a precious gift. For our ancestors, being separated from the tribe often meant losing protection, losing access to food, losing the chance to survive. So the brain gradually learned to observe, to listen, and to harmonize with the group, not because it disliked uniqueness, but because, in countless situations, agreement was the safest path. Perhaps some part of that ancient mechanism still lives within us. When everyone else stands up to applaud, we feel the urge to stand as well. When everyone agrees that an opinion is correct, we begin questioning our own judgment, not because we lack intelligence, but because the brain quietly asks, if so many people believe this, perhaps they know something I don't. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown." Jung was not writing about social conformity, yet his words invite a profound reflection. Many of life's deepest questions cannot be solved through simple answers. They require growth, and part of that growth is learning to listen to others, while also learning to listen to ourselves. Because sometimes the crowd is right, but there are also moments when truth begins, with one person who dares to think differently. There is another phenomenon that has surprised psychologists. Even more, it is known as the bystander effect. This phenomenon suggests that in certain emergency situations, when many people witness the same event, each individual may actually become less likely to offer help than if they were the only witness present. At first, that seems difficult to understand. Why is it that the more people are present, the fewer people act? One explanation is something known as the diffusion of responsibility. Each person unconsciously assumes, perhaps someone else will help, perhaps someone else understands the situation better, perhaps I do not need to be the first to step forward. What is remarkable is this: most of those people are not indifferent. They are simply influenced by a very natural social mechanism. Perhaps you have experienced something similar, not necessarily during an emergency. Perhaps someone simply needed to be heard. A kind question, a thoughtful message, a comforting embrace. Yet we hesitate and quietly tell ourselves, surely someone else will be there for them. But perhaps they are waiting for just one person, and perhaps that person is us. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps Jung was not asking us to turn away from the world. He was reminding us not to let the voice of the crowd drown out the quiet voice of our own conscience. For within every human being lives an extraordinary ability, the ability to ask, what is the right thing to do here, rather than merely asking, what is everyone else doing? Perhaps that is the difference between living by reflex and living with awareness. Tonight, as you lie quietly, perhaps remember a moment when you did something simply because everyone else did, and then remember another moment when you found the courage to follow what your own heart believed was right. Perhaps both moments are part of the journey of becoming who you are. Human beings cannot live apart from community, yet neither can we lose ourselves within it. Between those two truths lies a remarkably delicate balance, and perhaps that is the gentlest lesson this chapter offers. We were born to connect, but we were also born to become aware, to know when to move with the crowd and when to quietly follow the small voice calling from within. In the next section, we will explore even deeper connections between human beings. Why can a smile spread effortlessly from one face to another? Why can social rejection cause the brain to respond in ways remarkably similar to physical pain? And why are people often willing to give up money simply to defend a sense of fairness? Through these questions, we will discover that the human heart is woven together by invisible bonds with other people. If, in the previous section, we explored how the presence of a crowd can quietly influence the way we think and behave, then tonight we take one more step into the subtle world of human connection. For perhaps what makes us truly human is not only our ability to think, but also our ability to resonate with one another. From the very beginning of life, a baby learns to smile when seeing its mother's smile, to calm down when held in loving arms, to recognize affection through a gentle gaze. Long before we learn to speak, our bodies have already learned to communicate with another body. In psychology, there is a fascinating phenomenon known as mimicry. It is our unconscious tendency to imitate the gestures, facial expressions, or rhythms of the people with whom we are interacting. You may never have noticed it, yet when talking with someone very close to you, the two of you often sit in remarkably similar positions. You tilt your heads in the same way, you smile together. Sometimes you even lift your teacups almost at the same moment. No one gives instructions. No one consciously imitates the other. It simply happens, as though two musical instruments are gradually finding the same melody. Scientists believe this phenomenon may help create feelings of closeness and trust during social interaction. Perhaps that is why, after a deeply honest conversation, we often feel lighter, not because every problem has been solved, but because our soul has just resonated with another soul. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Perhaps this is one of Jung's most beautiful reflections on human relationships, for no genuine encounter ever ends, with both people remaining exactly the same. Every glance, every word of encouragement, every act of understanding leaves a small imprint upon the soul. Yet because human beings are created to connect, separation can also leave remarkably deep wounds. Across many studies in neuroscience, researchers have found that experiences of social rejection or isolation can activate some of the same brain regions involved in processing physical pain. This phenomenon is often referred to as social pain. That does not mean emotional pain and physical pain are exactly the same, but it does remind us that for the brain, losing social connection is profoundly important. Perhaps you still remember a time when you were misunderstood, forgotten, the end of a relationship, or simply the feeling that you did not belong anywhere. There were no wounds upon your skin, no blood, yet your heart still ached. Not because you were weak, but because the brain evolved to treat connection as essential to survival. Long ago, being separated from the tribe could mean death. Today, we still carry that same evolutionary inheritance. Only now, our tribes have become our families, our friends, our colleagues, and the people we love. Perhaps that is why a single word of encouragement, offered at just the right moment, or a gentle sentence, can possess such remarkable healing power. Another topic that has deeply fascinated psychologists is our sense of fairness. Human beings care not only about how much they receive, we also care whether it feels fair. This tendency is beautifully illustrated by the ultimatum game. In this experiment, one person decides how to divide a sum of money. The other person has only two choices: accept or reject. If they reject, neither person receives anything. The fascinating part is that many people choose to reject money altogether simply because they believe the division is unfair. From a purely economic perspective, receiving a small amount is still better than receiving nothing. But the human brain does not calculate using money alone. It also calculates through dignity, respect, and the feeling that I deserve to be treated fairly. Perhaps that tells us something profound about human nature. We are not machines designed merely to maximize reward. We are creatures constantly searching for meaning within relationships. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Where love rules, there is no will to power, and where power predominates, love is lacking." Perhaps what Jung wished to remind us is that when a relationship becomes nothing more than control or calculation, its most precious qualities begin to disappear. Connection, respect, the feeling of being seen as another human being. Perhaps the greatest gift psychology offers is not teaching us how to control others, but teaching us how to love them more deeply. Because once we understand that a smile can spread, that a hug can calm the nervous system, that rejection can leave an invisible wound, and that fairness can nurture trust, we naturally become more careful with everything we offer to another person. Tonight, as you prepare to bring this day to a close, perhaps remember the people who have passed through your life. Some stayed only a few minutes. Others walked beside you for many years. Some brought joy. Others left behind sorrow. Yet perhaps no meeting is ever completely meaningless. Each person adds a tiny brushstroke to the painting of who you are today, and in exactly the same way, you too, through a gentle word, a sincere glance, or a simple act of fairness, are quietly changing someone else's world. Perhaps you will never know it, but their brain, their heart, will remember for a very long time. Perhaps that is the deepest beauty of social psychology. We imagine that we live as separate individuals, yet in truth, every single day, each of us is quietly continuing the story inside someone else's mind. And now that we understand how profoundly our decisions are shaped by the presence of others, we are ready to enter the next chapter, where we will uncover something even more subtle. For even when we are completely alone, the brain is never entirely objective. It carries invisible mental shortcuts and cognitive biases that quietly guide every choice we believe is made by reason alone. Cognitive biases in decision-making. If, in the previous chapter, we explored how the people around us can quietly influence our choices, then tonight we begin an even quieter journey. A journey that does not lead outward into the world, but inward into the very way the brain thinks. Perhaps the hardest thing to recognize in life is not what other people are hiding, but the invisible lenses through which our own minds see the world. Because every time we look at reality, we believe we are seeing the truth itself. Yet in reality, the brain does much more than simply observe. It selects, it interprets, it filters, and sometimes it quietly bends reality so that decisions can be made more quickly. That is not a flaw. It is one of the brain's most efficient ways of conserving energy. If every decision required us to analyze every piece of information life presented, perhaps we would never make it through a single day. So the brain creates shortcuts. Psychologists call them cognitive biases. They are not signs of weakness. They are products of millions of years of evolution. One of the most powerful is known as loss aversion. Research in behavioral economics suggests that people generally experience the pain of losing something more intensely than the pleasure of gaining something of equal value. Imagine this. You find a banknote lying on the ground. You feel happy, but a few hours later, you accidentally lose that very same amount of money. The disappointment is usually far greater than the happiness you felt when you first found it. The fascinating part is that the monetary value has not changed. What has changed is the way the brain experiences it. Perhaps this is an inheritance from a distant past when loss could mean the difference between survival and death, losing food, losing shelter, or losing a member of the tribe. Any of these could become a serious threat. So the brain learned to become especially sensitive to loss, and that ancient mechanism still lives quietly within us today. Perhaps that is also why human beings often struggle to let go. A job that no longer fits, a relationship that has already ended, or a dream that no longer belongs to us. Not because we do not know what might be better, but because the brain continues to whisper, "Don't lose it." Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This quote beautifully captures the spirit of depth psychology. Perhaps many of the decisions we believe are destiny are actually being guided by unconscious processes we have never noticed. Understanding cognitive biases is not about eliminating them. It is about recognizing when they are quietly guiding us. Another remarkably common bias is known as confirmation bias. It is our tendency to seek, remember, or pay greater attention to information that supports beliefs we already hold. Consider this. If you believe someone is genuinely kind, you will naturally remember their acts of kindness and sometimes overlook their small mistakes. On the other hand, if from the very beginning you believe someone cannot be trusted, your brain becomes especially alert to every piece of evidence that confirms that belief. Not because you intentionally favor one conclusion, but because the brain is constantly trying to build a consistent world. Consistency makes us feel safe, even when it does not reflect the whole truth. Perhaps the same thing happens within ourselves. If for many years you have believed that you are not good enough, your brain will quickly remember every failure, yet quietly overlook your small successes. If you believe that life is always harsh, you will naturally notice everything that disappoints you. Meanwhile, moments of peace slip silently past, not because they do not exist, but because your brain is searching for something else. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." Perhaps what triggers our strongest reactions does not always tell us the most about other people. Sometimes it reflects what has been quietly living inside our own minds. Once we understand that, we become less eager to declare, "I know I'm right." Instead, we gently ask ourselves, is there another perspective I haven't yet seen? Perhaps that is where wisdom begins, not in knowing everything, but in knowing that our own minds always have limits. And it is precisely that humility that opens the door to learning. Tonight, as you lie quietly, perhaps remember something you once believed was unquestionably true. Then, years later, you realized the story was more complicated. Perhaps that does not mean you were wrong. It simply means you have grown, for the mind is much like the night sky. Each time another star appears, we realize just how vast the darkness ahead really is. And in the next section, we will uncover something even more surprising. Very often, the brain does not make decisions after careful thought. Instead, it decides remarkably quickly, and only afterward quietly writes a perfectly reasonable story to explain why we chose what we did. Perhaps that will become one of the most fascinating secrets in our entire journey through the human mind. If, in the previous section, we discovered that the brain often sees the world through the invisible lenses of cognitive biases, then tonight we journey one step deeper into the hidden landscape of the mind. For perhaps what has astonished psychologists the most is not that human beings make mistakes, but the remarkable way the brain quietly creates perfectly reasonable explanations for decisions it has already made. We often believe that we think carefully, analyze thoroughly, and only then to make a decision. Yet many studies in cognitive psychology and neuroscience suggest that this process does not always unfold in the order we imagine. In many situations, rapid judgments, intuition, and emotion appear first. Only afterward does reason gradually construct a coherent story to explain those choices. This does not mean that human beings lack self-control. It simply reminds us that the brain is far more complex than our conscious experience suggests. One fascinating phenomenon is known as post hoc rationalization. It describes our tendency to create logical explanations after a decision or behavior has already taken place. Think back to the last time you bought something. Perhaps at the very first moment you simply liked it, but after making the purchase, you began listing all the reasons. The quality is excellent, the price is fair, the color suits me, the brand is trustworthy. Every one of those reasons may be completely true, yet they are not always the original reason behind your decision. Sometimes they are simply the story that reason continues writing afterward, so that everything feels more consistent. The brain loves consistency. It dislikes the feeling of saying, "I acted, but I don't really know why." So it tells itself a story that makes everything appear perfectly reasonable. Perhaps that is not deception. It is simply the mind's way of maintaining a sense of stability. Closely related to this idea is another concept known as choice justification. After making a choice, people naturally begin noticing more advantages in the option they selected while paying less attention to the appealing qualities of the alternatives. This helps reduce regret and inner conflict. Imagine standing before two different paths. After much thought, you choose one. If you continue looking back at the road you did not take, it becomes very difficult to keep moving forward. So the brain quietly strengthens the belief, I chose well, not to deceive you, but to help you continue the journey. Perhaps that too is one of adaptation's great gifts. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The shoe that fits one person pinches another. There is no recipe for living that suits all cases." Jung reminds us that no single formula can fit every human life. Perhaps the same is true of our decisions. A choice that is right for one person may not be right for another. And very often, the important thing is not finding the perfect decision. It is learning to live wholeheartedly with the decision we have made. Another common bias is known as confidence bias. We often mistake confidence for correctness. When someone speaks with certainty, conviction, and absolute confidence, we naturally assume they must be right. Sometimes we even confuse our own sense of certainty with actual evidence. Yet science shows that confidence and accuracy do not always go hand in hand. A person may be deeply knowledgeable while remaining humble. Another may speak with tremendous confidence while possessing very little information. Perhaps that is why true wisdom always walks beside humility. The more we understand, the more we realize how much remains unknown. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Knowledge rests not upon truth alone, but upon error also." It is a beautiful reminder that knowledge is built not only upon what is right, but also upon recognizing where we were wrong. Without mistakes, human beings could never learn. Without correction, the mind would remain exactly where it is. Perhaps the greatest miracle of the brain is not that it is always correct, but that it is capable of changing. The ability to update, the ability to rewrite old beliefs when new experiences arrive. Perhaps that is one of the qualities that makes human beings different from machines. We can grow, we can forgive ourselves, we can look back and smile at the things we once believed with absolute certainty. Tonight, as you listen to these slow, gentle words, perhaps think about one important decision you have made in your life. Do not rush to ask, "Was I right or wrong?" Instead, try asking a different question. What did that decision teach me? Perhaps that question is the one that opens the door to growth. For life does not always reward us with perfect choices, but it almost always rewards those who are willing to learn from their own experiences. Perhaps that is the greatest gift of understanding cognitive biases, not to become someone who never makes mistakes, but to become someone who is gentler with their own limitations. When we understand that the brain is constantly searching for shortcuts, we become less arrogant when we believe we are right, and less harsh when we discover that we were wrong. Between those two moments lies a beautiful silence, the silence of awareness, a place where we are no longer swept away by every first thought that appears. Instead, we learn to observe it, listen to it, and gently choose what is truly worth keeping. And now that we understand that even our most rational decisions are quietly shaped by invisible cognitive biases, we are ready to enter the next chapter and explore how the brain builds habits. For much of what shapes a life comes not from extraordinary decisions, but from small actions, repeated day after day, until they become part of who we are. How motivation and habits are formed. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that many of our decisions are quietly guided by invisible cognitive biases, then tonight we move to a question that feels even closer to everyday life. What truly shapes who we become? Is it the great decisions, the rare turning points, or is it the smallest actions repeated day after day? Perhaps when you look back on your life, you will notice that no one becomes a different person overnight. No one simply wakes up patient. No one suddenly becomes an artist, a scholar, or someone who lives with deep inner peace. Every one of those lives is built through countless small actions, quietly repeated like drops of water, slowly filling a lake. What is remarkable is that the brain often remembers unfinished tasks more vividly than completed ones. This phenomenon is known as the Zeigarnik effect, named after the psychologist Bloomer Zeigarnik. It describes our tendency to remember unfinished tasks better than those we have already completed. Perhaps you have experienced this: a book left half-read, a letter never finished, a conversation left unresolved, or a song that suddenly stopped halfway through. They linger quietly inside the mind, as though the brain is still waiting for the final period at the end of the story. Why does this happen? One gentle way to imagine it is this: the brain is like a librarian. Whenever a story ends, the book is returned to the shelf. Everything becomes quiet. But if the story remains unfinished, the book stays open upon the desk, waiting to be opened again. That is why unfinished things continue occupying a portion of our attention. Perhaps that is also why some of our best ideas arrive only after we step away from our work, while walking, taking a warm shower, or drifting towards sleep, because the brain continues working quietly on unfinished problems even after our conscious mind has begun to rest. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." Jung was speaking about the journey of psychological growth. Perhaps every unfinished chapter is also an invitation not to worry, but to continue growing. Questions without answers, dreams still unfinished. Sometimes they become the very force that keeps human beings moving forward. For if nothing remained to discover, perhaps life would lose much of its beauty. But how do those small actions become a natural part of daily life? Neuroscientists and psychologists often describe habit formation through a familiar model called the habit loop. It is not a rigid machine. It is more like a narrow trail through a forest. The very first time you walk it, the grass is thick. The journey is difficult. The second day you walk it again, the grass begins to bend. By the 10th day, the path has become clearer. By the 100th, you hardly need to think at all. Your feet already know where to go. Habits grow in much the same way. Typically, our familiar cue triggers a particular behavior, and if that behavior produces a meaningful outcome for the brain, the pathway gradually becomes stronger. At first, everything demands great effort, great willpower, but over time, the brain transfers much of that process to more automatic neural systems, not because you become a machine, but because the brain is always searching for ways to conserve energy. Perhaps That is, one of evolution's greatest gifts. Think about brushing your teeth, tying your shoes, or riding a bicycle. On the very first day, each one felt difficult. Today, you barely think about them. The habit has become part of your body. The same is true of the habits of the mind. Each time you choose calm instead of anger, each time you spend a few quiet minutes reading or simply sit with your own breath, you are adding another footprint to that forest path inside your brain. A quotation often attributed to Carl Gustav Jung says, "We are what we do, not what we say we'll do." However, there is no reliable evidence that Jung actually wrote these exact words. What Jung consistently emphasized throughout his work is that genuine transformation occurs only when understanding is lived through experience. Perhaps that is also what science is quietly telling us. It is not one grand resolution. It is small actions repeated long enough that truly reshape the brain. Perhaps tonight, as you listen to these slow, gentle words, do not ask, "How can I change my entire life?" Instead, ask yourself, tomorrow, what is one small action I can gently repeat? Because life is rarely built through giant leaps. It is usually shaped through very small steps, quietly, patiently, repeated again and again, like water, never rushing, yet eventually wearing away. Solid stone. And in the next section, we will discover why even the smallest reward can make the brain want to repeat a behavior, why a simple promise can become the beginning of remarkable change, and why writing with our own hands often creates deeper memories than typing on a keyboard. Perhaps this will become the most beautiful reminder that every great transformation begins with small things we are patient enough to practice every day. If, in the previous section, we discovered how the brain remembers unfinished tasks and gradually builds habits through repetition, then tonight we uncover another quiet secret. Why is it that the smallest change can become the beginning of an extraordinary journey? People often believe that changing a life requires a dramatic decision, powerful motivation, or a once-in-a-lifetime moment. Yet psychology tells a different story. The brain rarely changes through giant leaps. It prefers small steps, steady, predictable, and safe. Perhaps you have experienced the excitement of a New Year's resolution. You wanted to read more books, exercise every morning, meditate, learn a new language. Yet only a few weeks later, the excitement quietly faded. Not because you lacked willpower, but because the brain naturally seeks to conserve energy. A goal that feels too large can easily trigger resistance, while one very small step is far easier for the brain to accept. That is why psychologists often speak about the importance of tiny rewards, small, meaningful rewards. The brain is designed to learn from outcomes. When an action produces even the slightest positive feeling, the brain is more likely to remember that pathway and return to it in the future. What is fascinating is that the reward does not need to be extraordinary. Sometimes it is simply the quiet satisfaction of finishing one page of a book, a small checkmark in a notebook, a deep breath after a few minutes of meditation, or simply the feeling that you kept a promise to yourself. Those moments, though they seem almost insignificant, quietly tell the brain, this path is worth walking again. Perhaps life is much like caring for a garden. No one plants a seed today and expects to wake tomorrow to an entire forest. A gardener simply waters the soil a little each day, patiently, quietly, trusting the process. And then, one morning, the first green shoot emerges from the earth. Human change often unfolds the very same way. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The smallest things with a meaning are worth more in life than the greatest things without it." Perhaps it is not our grand achievements, but the smallest actions performed with genuine meaning that slowly transform us from within. Another fascinating concept in psychology is known as the foot in the door effect. This phenomenon suggests that after agreeing to a very small request, people often become more willing to accept a larger commitment later, provided the circumstances are appropriate. This is not because people are easily manipulated. It is because the brain naturally strives for consistency. If today you tell yourself, "I'll read just one page," then tomorrow, reading one more page feels completely natural. If today you walk for 5 minutes, tomorrow 10 minutes no longer feels so difficult. Great transformations rarely begin with giant steps. More often, they begin with one small promise, faithfully kept day after day. Perhaps that is why some people change their entire lives. Not because of one extraordinary decision, but because of hundreds of tiny decisions repeated quietly over time. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps each time we keep a small promise to ourselves, we awaken just a little more, not to become someone else, but to move a little closer to the person we have always hoped to become. There is one final idea in this chapter that is equally beautiful. It is known as handwriting memory. Many studies suggest that writing by hand often encourages deeper processing of information than simply typing words on a keyboard, although the effect depends on the purpose and the way the material is learned. When we write, we are not merely copying words. We are choosing, summarizing, connecting, thinking. Our hands move more slowly, yet it is that very slowness that gives the brain more time to build new connections. Perhaps that is why so many people still keep a handwritten journal, write down what they are grateful for, or record their thoughts before going to sleep, not because paper remembers better than a computer, but because within every handwritten line there is the rhythm of our breathing, the presence of the body, and the unique imprint of the soul. Writing by hand is like a very slow conversation with ourselves. Every word becomes a brief pause to listen, to understand, and to remember. Perhaps the greatest gift that the science of habit offers us is not a formula for changing quickly. It is patience. It reminds us that the brain does not demand perfection. It simply asks for repetition. One small action today may seem to make no difference, but after 100 days, 1,000 days, those tiny footsteps quietly carve an entirely new path through the mind. Tonight, as you prepare to bring this day to a close, perhaps do not ask how much did I accomplish today? Instead, try asking, what is one very small step I took today? Perhaps it was one page of a book, one heartfelt thank you, 1 minute of stillness, or simply choosing to go to bed a little earlier. Never underestimate small things, because time has a remarkable way of turning the smallest seeds into the greatest forests. And just as a river does not carve a valley in a single night, a human life is not shaped by one extraordinary moment. It is shaped by countless small actions, repeated with patience and kindness. In the next chapter, we will leave the world of habits behind and begin a journey filled with human emotion. Together, we will explore how the brain creates and nurtures relationships, why a single glance, a familiar voice, or a genuine smile can form such profound connections, and what it is that allows us to discover ourselves through the presence of others, the brain and human relationships. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered how the smallest habits quietly shape the people we become, then tonight we step into a world that is even more delicate, the world of human encounters. Perhaps nothing shapes a human life more profoundly than relationships. From the very first moment we open our eyes to the world, we see a face, we hear a voice, we feel a loving gaze, and from those seemingly ordinary moments, the brain begins learning about safety, about love, about trust. Perhaps you have experienced something very familiar. You meet someone for the very first time, before a conversation, before learning their name, yet somehow you already feel that they seem kind. Or perhaps something makes you slightly cautious. The remarkable thing is that those feelings appear almost instantly, so quickly that we ourselves hardly notice when they began. Psychologists refer to this phenomenon as face judgment. The brain is capable of forming first impressions of a face within an extraordinarily short period of time. Those impressions are not always accurate, nor do they reveal the whole truth about another person. Yet, throughout evolution, they offered an important advantage for our ancestors, quickly deciding whether someone might be a friend or a threat could determine the difference between survival and death. And so, the brain developed an astonishing ability to observe a glance, a facial expression, the slightest movement of the face. Each became a meaningful signal. Today, the world has changed, but that ancient brain remains remarkably similar. Perhaps that is why we still say, "This person feels easy to be around," or "I don't know why, but something feels off." Not because we deliberately judge others, but because the brain is constantly making predictions, quietly asking, is this person safe? Can this person be trusted? The important thing to remember is that those first impressions are only predictions. They are not the final truth, and that is precisely why human beings need time to truly know one another. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." Perhaps it is not only what troubles us about others that reveals something about ourselves. Even the qualities we deeply admire may quietly reflect our own inner world. Sometimes a face brings us peace, not only because its owner is gentle, but because it reminds us of a beautiful memory, a loved one, or perhaps the softest part of our own soul. After the face, perhaps the voice, is the second signal the brain cares about most. We often believe that we listen only to words, yet in reality, the brain is also listening to rhythm, tone, pace, hesitation, and even the silence between words. One phenomenon studied in psychology, sometimes called deep voice bias, suggests that in certain contexts, people tend to associate deeper voices with qualities such as maturity, competence, or authority. That does not mean people with deeper voices are always more trustworthy, nor that higher voices are less persuasive. It is simply a cognitive tendency shaped by biology, culture, and personal experience. The important point is this: the brain often reaches its conclusions before we have even finished processing the meaning of the words themselves. Perhaps that is why someone reading bedtime stories does not need complicated language. A voice that is slow, warm, and steady is often enough to help the listener's heart gradually grow calm, not because the words themselves possess magic, but because the nervous system is quietly receiving a familiar message: everything is safe. Perhaps you too have remembered someone's voice for many years, not because of what they said, but because of the way they spoke. Some voices to remind us of our mother, others to bring back the image of a beloved teacher, and some voices, the moment they are heard, carry us back to an entire sky filled with childhood memories. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Perhaps that meeting does not begin with ideas alone. It begins with the smallest signals: a sincere gaze, a gentle voice, a peaceful presence. Each of these can quietly transform another human being, and perhaps we ourselves are transformed in exactly the same way. Every time we meet someone kind, we learn a little more about kindness. Every time someone truly listens to us, we understand the value of listening. Every time we are treated with respect, a quiet desire grows within us to offer that same respect to someone else. It is a beautiful circle, quiet, unassuming, yet always continuing to spread. Tonight, as you listen to these gentle stories, perhaps remember a face that once brought you a deep sense of peace, a voice that helped you through difficult days. Perhaps that person never knew, yet your brain has quietly preserved those memories as a gentle refuge, and perhaps, without realizing it, you have become that comforting face for someone else, the voice that makes another person feel a little less alone. In the next section, we will continue exploring the silent languages of human relationships. Why can a genuine laugh spread effortlessly among complete strangers? Why does silence sometimes speak more deeply than hundreds of words? And why can a heartfelt apology heal wounds that reason alone could never touch? Perhaps that is where we discover that the human brain was not created only to think. It was also created to love, to connect, and to discover itself through the presence of others. If, in the previous section, we discovered that a single face or a familiar voice is enough for the brain to form its first impressions, then tonight we journey even deeper into the silent languages that quietly connect people every day. Perhaps the greatest miracle within human relationships is not found in long conversations, but in the smallest moments. A smile, a moment of silence, a few simple words spoken with enough sincerity to touch another person's heart. Perhaps you have walked into a room where everyone was laughing. At first, you had no idea what had happened, yet only a few seconds later, you found yourself smiling too. Not because you understood the entire story, but because laughter itself seemed to possess a remarkable power to spread. In psychology, this phenomenon is often explored through the idea of genuine laughter. Authentic laughter is more than a sound. It is a social signal, an ancient message. The brain still understands. You are safe. You are surrounded by people who mean you no harm. That is why genuine laughter is so contagious. Not simply because human beings like to imitate, but because the brain is constantly searching for harmony. Long ago, a group of people laughing together could signal that danger had passed, that the community could finally to relax. And after tens of thousands of years of evolution, the brain still carries that ancient ability. Perhaps that is why, after a conversation filled with laughter, we often feel closer to one another, not because every problem has been solved, but because both nervous systems have quietly shared the same feeling of safety. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Where love rules, there is no will to power, and where power predominates, love is lacking." Perhaps a genuine laugh is never about winning, never about proving anything. It simply says, "Here, you are free to be yourself." Yet not every encounter is filled with laughter. Sometimes, what unsettles us most is silence. In psychology, the silence effect reminds us that silence is not merely the space between spoken words. It is a signal the brain immediately begins to interpret. When a conversation suddenly falls silent, the brain often starts asking, "Did I say something wrong? What are they thinking? Are they upset with me?" The fascinating thing is that silence itself has no fixed meaning. It is the brain that assigns meaning to the silence. When two people trust one another, silence can feel deeply comforting. They sit together, watching the rain. Neither speaks, yet both still feel connected. But when uncertainty exists between them, even a few seconds of silence can become a heavy burden. Perhaps life is much like music. Its greatest beauty does not always reside in the notes. Sometimes it is the silence between them that creates the symphony. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people." Perhaps when we understand our own insecurities, we become less eager to interpret someone else's silence. Not every silence is rejection. Sometimes it is simply a soul asking for more time to gather its emotions, to heal, or simply to rest. One of the most beautiful discoveries in psychology can be found in the study of apology psychology. People often believe that an apology is nothing more than good manners, yet in reality, a sincere apology can help restore a person's sense of being respected, reduce tension within a relationship, and create the conditions for reconciliation. Its power does not lie in the words alone, but in the message behind them. I see your pain. I acknowledge what happened. You deserve to be heard. Perhaps that is what every heart is quietly longing for. Not a flawless explanation, but the feeling of being truly understood. Perhaps you remember a time when someone looked at you and simply said, "I'm sorry." Maybe the problem did not disappear immediately, yet inside something softened, not because everything had been erased, but because you no longer had to carry the feeling of being left alone. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps becoming your true self does not mean always being right, never making mistakes. Perhaps it means having the courage to admit when you were wrong, the humility to say, "I'm sorry," and the love to forgive. Perhaps that is the true sign of a mature soul. Tonight, as you prepare to drift into sleep, perhaps remember the people who have passed through your life. Some left behind laughter, some left long silences, some offered an apology, others never did. Yet every one of them helped shape the person you are today. And perhaps somewhere, someone is remembering you, remembering your smile, your voice, or a few words of encouragement that you yourself may have forgotten long ago. For the human brain is wonderfully mysterious. It remembers far more than life's great events. Sometimes what remains the longest is a gentle glance, a genuine laugh, or an apology spoken with the whole heart. Perhaps that is the most beautiful lesson relationships have to teach us. Human beings were never created to live alone. We were created to reflect one another, to help heal one another, and little by little to help each other become the truest version of ourselves. And now that we understand the brain's deep longing for human connection, we are ready to step into an even deeper need, the need to find meaning. For behind every story, every memory, and every relationship, the human mind continues to ask one simple yet profoundly important question. What does all of this mean? The brain is always searching for meaning. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that the brain is built to connect with other people, then tonight we journey into a need even older than connection itself, the need to find meaning. Perhaps the greatest difference between human beings and so many other living creatures is not merely our ability to think, it is also our ability to tell stories. From the time we are very young, we never stop asking, why? Why is the sky blue? Why do leaves fall? Why do people grow older? Why do we love? Why do we lose the people we cherish? Perhaps throughout our entire lives, we continue asking the very same question, only in more mature ways. For the brain does not simply want to know what happened, it also longs to understand what it means. Perhaps you have noticed something fascinating. If someone reads you 10 random numbers, you will probably forget most of them within minutes. But if someone tells you a short story, you may remember it for years. That is not a coincidence. In cognitive psychology, this tendency is often described through what is known as the story effect. The brain naturally remembers information more effectively when it is woven into a story with context, emotion, and meaningful connections rather than presented as isolated facts. Every story has a beginning, a conflict, a transformation, an ending, and the brain seems to love that structure long before there were books, schools, or writing. Human beings passed knowledge from one generation to the next through stories. A father told his child where dangerous animals could be found. A mother explained the changing seasons. An elder shared stories of the ancestors with the tribe. Those stories carried more than information, they carried emotion, and emotion is what gives memory its lasting strength. Perhaps that is why you do not remember every ordinary day you have lived, yet you remember certain moments with astonishing clarity. Your first day at school, your first love, a painful goodbye, or an evening when your entire family sat together. We rarely remember our lives as a collection of data. We remember them as a novel. Psychologists sometimes describe this tendency as narrative memory. Human memory is not stored like the recording of a camera. It is organized into stories. Each time we remember, the brain does more than retrieve a memory. It tells it again, it edits it, it connects it, and sometimes it quietly adds new meaning. Perhaps that is why two people can live through the very same event, yet years later tell two completely different stories, not because either one is lying, but because each brain is constructing a story that fits its own journey. Carl Gustav Jung devoted much of his life to studying symbols, myths, and dreams. He believed that ancient stories were not merely products of imagination. They reflected the deepest structures of the human psyche. In memories, dreams, reflections, Jung wrote, "My life is the story of the self-realization of the unconscious." Perhaps those words are not only the story of Jung's own life, they are also an invitation to each of us. Life is not merely a sequence of passing days. It is a story each of us is quietly writing. Some chapters are joyful, some are filled with sorrow, some seem to contain nothing but darkness. Yet perhaps those darkest chapters are quietly preparing the dawn that follows. If we look only at individual events, life can seem deeply confusing. But when we step back and see the whole journey, we begin to notice the invisible threads connecting everything. Perhaps that is exactly what the brain is always trying to do, to transform scattered memories into a meaningful story, to turn painful experiences into lessons, to transform chance encounters into destiny. Not because everything is truly predetermined, but because the brain longs for continuity. A life without a story is something the mind finds very difficult to accept. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The word happiness would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sadness." Perhaps a story is much the same. If it contained only happiness, we would never understand the value of growth. If there were only light, we would never understand why we long for sunrise. It is through contrast that meaning emerges, through contrast that depth appears, through contrast that we ourselves are formed. Tonight, as you lie quietly, perhaps look back upon your life as though you were slowly turning the pages of a book. Some pages you love, some you once wished you could tear out, yet without any one of those chapters, perhaps you would not become the person you are today, and perhaps the chapter you call your saddest today will one day become the most important chapter of the entire book. In the next section, we will continue exploring why the brain not only loves stories, but also struggles to tolerate unfinished questions, why a mystery without an answer can linger inside the mind for years, and why human beings instinctively search for patterns even when, for the world, may simply be unfolding through ordinary coincidence. Perhaps it is there that the boundaries between wisdom, imagination, and the unconscious begin to meet. If, in the previous section, we discovered that the brain remembers life as stories rather than disconnected pieces of information, then tonight we journey deeper into what keeps those stories from ever truly ending: curiosity. Perhaps you have experienced this. You are reading a novel. At the end of a chapter, the author stops. At the precise moment, a mystery appears. You intended to go to sleep, yet somehow you find yourself reading just one more chapter, not because you lack discipline, but because the brain finds it remarkably difficult to leave a story unfinished. In psychology, this tendency is often described as the curiosity gap. Whenever there is a gap between what we know and what we wish to know, the brain creates a powerful urge to fill that empty space. Curiosity, in many ways, is one of evolution's greatest gifts. If our ancestors had never been curious, perhaps they would never have explored new lands, never learned to make fire, never looked to the stars for direction, never wondered about the universe. Curiosity led humanity out of caves, and that same curiosity continues to lead science forward. Yet what is especially fascinating is that the brain does not merely dislike gaps in knowledge, it also dislikes gaps in meaning. Whenever something happens, the brain almost immediately begins asking, why? Is this connected to something else? Is there a hidden pattern? This remarkable ability is known as pattern recognition. It is one of the most powerful capacities of the human brain. Because of it, we learned language, recognized the changing seasons, read the sky, predicted the weather, created mathematics, music, and science. Without the ability to perceive relationships between things, perhaps civilization itself would never have existed. Yet that same ability sometimes leads us to conclusions that are not entirely accurate. The brain loves finding patterns, even when the events are merely coincidental. Several events occur close together. The brain immediately connects them. A single fortunate coincidence may become an omen. A coincidence may be interpreted as destiny. This does not mean every intuition is mistaken. It simply reminds us that the brain's search for meaning must always be balanced with awareness. Carl Gustav Jung devoted much of his life to studying symbols, dreams, and the phenomenon he called synchronicity. He believed that certain coincidences could carry deep psychological meaning for an individual. In Synchronicity and a Causal Connecting Principle, Jung wrote, "Synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see. What is important to understand is that Jung was not encouraging blind belief in every coincidence. He was far more interested in the way the human mind experiences and assigns meaning to those events. For sometimes, what matters most is not what the external world is saying, but what is quietly awakening inside our own inner world. Perhaps that is why two people can stand beneath the very same star-filled sky. One sees only points of light. The other sees an entire story, not because the sky is different, but because each person's mind is searching for a different kind of meaning. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Perhaps this is one of the quotations that best captures the spirit of this chapter. Human beings do not live by food alone, or by work, or by numbers. We live by meaning. A single flower offered with love may seem very small, yet it can carry an entire world of affection. An old letter may be only a few sheets of paper, yet it can preserve an entire chapter of memory. A promise may consist of only a few words, yet it can change the course of a person's life. Meaning does not exist inside the object itself. It is born when the mind connects that object to its own experience. Perhaps that is the greatest beauty of the human brain. It does not merely record the world. It continually transforms the world into a place worth living in. Tonight, as you prepare to drift into sleep, perhaps remember one ordinary moment from today: the morning sunlight, a stranger's smile, birdsong outside your window, or simply the quiet peace of sitting alone. Perhaps those moments would quickly fade if they remained nothing more than facts. But the moment you give them meaning, they become a beautiful part of your life. Perhaps that is what Carl Jung always wished to remind us. Human beings do not mature simply by collecting more knowledge. We mature by learning to enter into dialogue with symbols, with dreams, with stories, and with the silent spaces within our own souls. Because in the end, what makes a life memorable is not how many things happened, but what those things came to mean to our hearts. And now that we understand that the brain is constantly searching for meaning in every experience, we are ready to step into the next chapter and explore another quiet force that shapes our lives each day: our environment. For many of the behaviors we believe come from willpower actually begin with the room we are in, the scent in the air, the light before our eyes, and the countless subtle signals the brain quietly absorbs every moment. How the environment shapes behavior. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that the brain never stops searching for meaning in every experience, then tonight we gently return to the things closest to us: the desk where we work, the bedroom where we rest, the light streaming through the window, the faint fragrance lingering in the air. These things, which seem completely ordinary, may be quietly speaking to our brains every moment of every day. People often believe that they alone choose their actions, that before doing anything, they think, carefully consider, and then decide. Yet modern psychology offers a gentler perspective. Many of our small, everyday choices have already been quietly influenced by the environment around us, not through commands, but through countless subtle signals the brain continuously receives, even when our conscious mind never notices. This is the field scientists call environmental psychology. It explores how living spaces, lighting, colors, sounds, order, and other physical surroundings can influence human emotions, thinking, and behavior. Perhaps you have experienced this. One morning, you walk into a room filled with natural light, fresh air, a desk carefully organized. Within minutes, your mind seems clearer. Meanwhile, a cluttered room filled with unfinished tasks, piles of paper, and scattered objects may leave you feeling distracted or even exhausted before your work has even begun. That does not mean a tidy desk automatically makes someone successful, nor does it mean a messy room always leads to failure. Science does not make such simple claims. What research does suggest is that our surroundings can create subtle cues that influence how the brain allocates attention, perceives a sense of control, and chooses its next action. Perhaps the brain is much like the surface of a lake. When the water is disturbed, it becomes difficult to see what lies beneath. When the water is still, everything appears more clearly. A well-ordered space may not make life less complicated, but it can help the mind process fewer unnecessary signals. And that alone is already a remarkable gift. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order." Perhaps this is one of Jung's most beautiful reflections on the relationship between our outer world and our inner one. Jung did not mean that every form of disorder is bad, nor did he suggest that order always means peace. What he gently proposed was something far more profound. Even within chaos, there is a hidden order, and the human journey is learning to recognize that order not only in the world around us, but within our own souls. Another fascinating concept in psychology is priming. Priming describes the phenomenon in which prior exposure to a stimulus can influence how we process or respond to information that comes afterward, often without our conscious awareness. Imagine walking into a quiet library. No one asks you to lower your voice, yet you probably begin speaking more softly. Or imagine stepping inside an ancient temple. Without thinking, you slow your footsteps, not because someone commanded you, but because the environment has quietly sent your brain a message. This is a place of stillness. The brain is much like a sensitive musician. It is constantly adjusting its melody to the space around it. A painting of nature may encourage you to pause a little longer. A window opened to warm sunlight may deepen your breathing. A familiar chair may create an immediate feeling of safety. Each of these is only a tiny signal, yet together they gradually shape the atmosphere of an entire day. Perhaps that is why so many people enjoy working beside a window or spending time in cafes filled with plants, not simply because they are beautiful, but because the brain feels more at ease in such places. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps we often understand these words as an invitation to look inward, yet they may also carry another meaning. To truly look within, sometimes we must first create a quiet place outside ourselves, a room that is not too noisy, a desk that feels uncluttered, a small corner filled with peace. Not because happiness lives inside objects, but because our surroundings can gently help the mind return to itself. Tonight, as you listen to these slowly unfolding stories, perhaps look around your room. Is there something that brings you comfort? Is there something that quietly fills you with tension? You do not need to change everything. Perhaps all it takes is a small plant, a lamp with gentle light, a tidier desk, or simply opening the window to welcome the evening breeze. Sometimes the smallest changes to a space become the gentlest whispers to the brain. You may rest now. You are safe here. You no longer need to hurry. In the next section, we will continue exploring even subtler signals that our surroundings send to the mind. Why can a simple mirror change the way people behave? Why can the scent of cleanliness quietly influence our choices? And why can something as simpler as signing the top of a form increase our awareness of who we are? Perhaps it will become one of the clearest reminders that changing our lives does not always begin with stronger willpower. Sometimes it begins by changing the small world that quietly surrounds us every day. If, in the previous section, we discovered that light, space, and order can quietly shape the state of the mind, then tonight we take one more step into a world of signals so subtle they are almost invisible. Perhaps you have stood before a mirror. At first, you only meant to fix your hair or straighten your collar, yet somehow you remained there a little longer, not merely looking at your face, but somehow looking at yourself. In psychology, this phenomenon is often called the mirror effect. When people see their own reflection, they often become more aware of themselves. That awareness can encourage them to pay closer attention to their behavior and to the consistency between their actions and the values they believe in. The mirror never says a word, yet it quietly asks one gentle question: is this the person you wish to become? Perhaps that is why so many people naturally straighten their posture, smile, or behave a little more carefully when they see their own reflection, not because the mirror changes who they are, but because it awakens the observer within. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps becoming your true self is not a destination, it is a lifelong journey of awareness. Each time we look into a mirror, we do not merely see our face, we are also given an opportunity to notice the distance between the person we are today and the person we are growing toward. Another gentle signal to which the brain is remarkably sensitive is scent. Research in environmental psychology suggests that scents can influence emotions and certain judgments or behaviors in specific contexts. This phenomenon is often discussed as the clean scent effect, a space that smells fresh and clean can sometimes make people feel more comfortable, more relaxed, and in certain studies may even encourage greater attention to order and positive social norms, not because fragrance possesses magical powers, but because the brain has learned to associate certain familiar scents with safety, cleanliness, and care. Perhaps you have entered a room where the windows had just been opened. The faint scent of clean fabric, wood, or delicate tea. The first thing that changes is not your thoughts, it is your breathing. You inhale a little deeper, your shoulders gradually relax, your mind becomes quieter. The room seems to whisper, everything is all right. That is how our surroundings speak to the nervous system, not through language, but through feeling. Another fascinating idea is self-awareness. Some behavioral studies have found that when people are reminded of themselves or of their moral standards immediately before making a decision, they may sometimes act more consistently with the values they believe in. One well-known example examined asking participants to sign an honesty declaration at the beginning of a form rather than at the end. Some research suggested that this simple change could increase attention to honesty within that setting. That does not mean the effect appears in every situation, but it offers a beautiful idea. Sometimes simply being reminded of who we are helps us live a little closer to the values we cherish. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps self-awareness is not the constant habit of judging ourselves. It is the gentle practice of returning to what we believe, what we cherish, what we hope to protect. Because amid the endless noise of life, the easiest thing to lose is our connection with ourselves. Perhaps that is why small daily rituals matter so much. Straightening your desk, opening a window, lighting a scented candle, preparing a warm cup of tea, writing a few lines in a journal before sleep. At first glance, these actions may seem too small to change anything. Yet, to the brain, they are gentle signals that quietly say, today has ended. It is time to rest. You are still taking care of yourself. Perhaps human beings are shaped not only by life's great turning points, but also by the atmosphere in which they live. Each day, every ray of sunlight, every scent, every corner of a room, every familiar object, each contributes its own small brushstroke to the landscape of the mind. Tonight, as you prepare to fall asleep, perhaps take a few moments to look around your room, not to search for what is imperfect, but to notice one thing for which you are grateful: the gentle light, a warm blanket, a book resting on the table, or simply the quiet embracing the room. Perhaps peace is not something we must seek far away. More often, it begins within the small spaces we pass through every day. And as our outer environment grows more gentle, our inner world is given a greater chance to become still. Perhaps that is the greatest gift environmental psychology offers us. Changing ourselves does not always begin with extraordinary willpower. Sometimes it begins by opening a window and allowing the light to enter, straightening one corner of a desk so the mind has room to breathe, or giving ourselves a place quiet enough for the heart to slow its pace. And now that we understand how even our surroundings quietly shape our thoughts and behavior, we are ready to enter the next chapter and explore a question nearly everyone has asked at least once. What truly makes people happy? Not happiness as a fleeting moment, but the kind of quiet peace that can remain in the heart for a very long time. What makes human beings happier? If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that the environment can quietly influence the way we think and behave, then tonight we enter an even gentler landscape, a place where psychology no longer speaks only about how the brain works, but about what allows the human heart to find peace. Perhaps we have spent many years searching for happiness in ambitious goals, in success, in distant journeys, in everything we have not yet attained. Yet, as we grow older, many of us discover that the moments which remain with us the longest are often the smallest ones. A sunny morning, a meal shared with family, a peaceful conversation, or simply the feeling of coming home after a long day. Perhaps the brain was never designed only to chase the highest peaks. It was also created to notice the precious things already present. One of the most widely studied topics in positive psychology is gratitude. Many studies suggest that intentionally noticing the things we appreciate in our lives is associated with greater life satisfaction and more positive emotions. For many people, although every person's experience remains unique, the beautiful thing about gratitude is that it does not change the world. It changes where the brain chooses to place its attention. The brain naturally tends to search for danger. That is one of evolution's great gifts. Our ancestors survived because they quickly noticed the sound within the bushes or the signs of an approaching storm. But in modern life, if we spend all our time searching for what is missing, the mind can easily forget what is already enough. Gratitude, it does not deny hardship. It simply gently opens another window, so that light also has a chance to enter. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Even a happy life cannot be without a measure of darkness," and the word happy would lose its meaning if it were. If, in the previous chapter, we explored how gratitude, cherished memories, and words of appreciation can soothe the mind, then tonight we arrive at the final pieces of the picture we call happiness. Perhaps people often believe that happiness is something that happens one day, when we have more money, when our work becomes more stable, when every problem has been solved. But the brain seems to tell a different story. It does not find peace only in great achievements. It also finds it in the feeling of having a choice, of being heard, of being loved, and of becoming a good person. One fascinating concept in psychology is known as choice motivation. Many studies suggest that when people feel they have the freedom to choose, even in the smallest decisions of everyday life, they tend to experience greater intrinsic motivation and a deeper sense of engagement with their flash actions. Imagine this. In the morning, you choose a book to read. You choose the path for your walk. Or simply, you choose to make yourself a cup of tea. These choices may seem insignificant, but they remind the brain of something profoundly important. This is my life. I am still an active participant, not merely someone being carried along. Perhaps that feeling alone creates an extraordinary source of inner strength. Human beings do not simply need results. We need to feel that we are capable of creating those results. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Freedom stretches only as far as the limits of our consciousness." Perhaps freedom is not always the ability to do whatever we want. Sometimes it is simply the ability to recognize that between our circumstances and our response, there is still a small space in which we can choose. And it is within that space that human beings grow. There is another beautiful phenomenon. It is called trusted voice. The brain does not merely remember faces, it also preserves the voices that once made us feel safe. Perhaps you still remember your mother's voice from childhood, the voice of your very first teacher, or a friend who once told you, "Everything is going to be okay." The remarkable thing is, many years may have passed, yet hearing a similar tone of voice can still soften the heart, not because the words are new, but because the brain has associated that voice with protection, with the feeling of being loved. That is also why bedtime stories, lullabies, or the gentle rhythm of a calm narrator can gradually quiet the nervous system, not only because of what is being said, but because of the sense of safety those sounds awaken. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Where love rules, there is no will to power, and where power predominates, love is lacking." Perhaps a gentle voice, one that does not try to control, does not impose, does not judge, can reach the soul far more deeply than words filled with power, because what people seek is not merely information, but connection. The final piece of this chapter is kindness, identity. In psychology, many studies suggest that when people perform acts of kindness that reflect the values they truly believe in, those actions not only benefit the recipient, but also strengthen the way they see themselves. Every small act is like a quiet reminder. This is the person I want to become. Perhaps it is simply holding the door open for a stranger, listening to someone for a few extra minutes, sending a thoughtful message, or smiling at someone who looks exhausted. These acts, at first glance, may seem very small, but the brain does not only remember what we do, it also remembers who we are becoming through those actions. Perhaps that is why, after an act of kindness, we often feel lighter, not because we have changed the entire world, but because, for a moment, we have lived a little closer to the deepest values within our hearts. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The shoe that fits one person pinches another." There is no recipe for living that suits all cases. Perhaps there is no universal formula for happiness. What brings a smile to one person may not bring the same joy to someone else. Yet amid all those differences, there is one thing we share. Every human being longs to feel that life has meaning, to feel connected, and to live in harmony with what they believe is good and true. Tonight, as you prepare to close this day, perhaps do not ask, "What did I accomplish today?" Instead, try asking, "What was I grateful for today? What did I choose with full awareness? Did I make someone smile today?" Perhaps those simple questions will gradually change the way your brain sees life, not through grand gestures, but through very small ones, repeated day after day. Like the sunrise, it never arrives with great noise, yet it is always enough to drive away the darkness. Perhaps that is the most beautiful message psychology has to offer. Happiness is not a destination, it is the way the brain learns to pay attention, learns to be grateful, learns to choose, and learns to love, little by little, until all those tiny moments quietly become part of who we are. And once we understand that happiness is nurtured through small choices and daily acts of kindness, we are ready to move into the next chapter and turn our gaze toward the future. Because the brain does not live only in the present, It is constantly imagining tomorrow, building goals, nurturing hope, and quietly shaping our future through the thoughts we choose today. The future, goals, and motivation. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that happiness is often nurtured by the smallest moments of the present, then tonight, we turn our gaze toward a place in time where no one has ever set foot. The future. Perhaps, one of the most extraordinary abilities of the human brain is that it can remember the past, live in the present, and at the same time imagine days that have not yet arrived. No other species we know of possesses the remarkable ability to construct such rich and detailed visions of the future. We can picture the home we will one day live in, the work we will do, the people we will meet, or even how our hair may turn grey after many years. But here is the paradox. Although we can imagine the future, the brain often does not experience that future version as truly being ourselves. In psychology, this phenomenon is commonly studied under the concept of the future self. Many studies suggest that when people feel little connection with their future selves, they are more likely to prioritize immediate rewards over benefits that will come later. Perhaps that explains why we stay up too late, procrastinate, spend the money we intended to save, or neglect healthy habits that we know will benefit us for years to come. Not because we lack intelligence, but because the brain unconsciously treats the person we will be 10 years from now as though they were a distant acquaintance, someone who will somehow take care of their own life, while the person living in the present always feels much closer. That is why immediate rewards are so tempting. Imagine this. You are given two choices. Receive a small gift today, or a much larger reward several months from now. Many people would choose the gift they can have today, even while knowing the other option is objectively more valuable. This phenomenon is known as delayed reward. The brain is not especially skilled at appreciating rewards that lie far in the future, because throughout most of human evolution, people lived in a world filled with uncertainty. A meal today was more important than the promise of a meal several weeks later. A shelter available right now was more valuable than a plan for next year. For that reason, the brain learned to prioritize what is immediately present. It was once a survival strategy that helped our ancestors stay alive. But in the modern world, that same strategy can sometimes cause us to sacrifice things that our future selves will deeply value. One late night may steal tomorrow's energy. One impulsive purchase may delay a dream that could have become reality years later. One small act of procrastination can quietly grow into a lasting habit. Perhaps the sad part is not that the brain makes mistakes, but that it is trying to protect the present in the only way it learned over millions of years. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become." Perhaps it is one of the most beautiful reflections ever written about the future. What shapes who we become is not only our past, nor only what has happened to us, but also the countless small choices made today that guide us toward the person we hope to become. Perhaps the version of you who exists 10 years from now is not nearly as distant as your brain believes. That person is being created with every breath you take tonight, with every book you read, with every full night's sleep, with every kind conversation, and with every ordinary decision that no one else ever notices. Jung devoted his life to studying the process he called individuation, the lifelong journey of becoming one's true self. It is not a transformation that happens after a single dramatic event, but a gradual unfolding, like a seed becoming a tree, one day at a time, like a river quietly finding its way to the sea. Perhaps the future is not a destination, it is a process that is continuously being created, day by day, choice by choice, thought by thought. Perhaps that is why many people only truly appreciate the value of the present when they look back on the past. They realize no moment is ever too small. No habit is ever completely meaningless. Every day is quietly writing the story of the person they will become. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." Perhaps, to see the future, the first step is not to look farther, but to look deeper, to look at what you truly cherish, what you genuinely wish to protect, what brings peace to your heart. Because the most beautiful future is not the one filled with the greatest achievements, but the one where, when you look back, you still recognize yourself. Tonight, as you prepare to bring this day to a close, perhaps imagine yourself 10 years from now. Do not picture accomplishments or numbers. Instead, imagine how that person smiles, how they treat others, how they choose to love themselves. Perhaps, in that very moment, the distance between the present and the future has already become just a little smaller. And in the next section, we will discover why something as simple as a countdown clock can change the way the brain behaves, why athletes, artists, and astronauts often rehearse everything in their minds before they begin, and why, sometimes, the very first step toward creating a better future is not action, but the ability to see that future clearly within your own imagination. If, in the previous section, we discovered that the brain often treats its future self as though it were a stranger, then tonight we will explore why even a very small shift in the way we imagine time can transform human motivation. Perhaps you have experienced this before. A project is not due for another month. You think, "I still have plenty of time." Then the days quietly slip away until the calendar says there are only 3 days left. Suddenly, your senses become sharper, your heartbeat quickens, your mind becomes more focused. What changed? Not the task itself, but the way your brain perceived time. In psychology, this phenomenon is commonly known as the countdown effect. When people see the distance to an upcoming event steadily shrinking, their sense of urgency tends to increase, often encouraging them to take action. A countdown timer, a calendar with only a few pages remaining, or simply seeing the words, 5 days left, can make the future feel much closer to the brain. Perhaps, objective time has not changed at all, but psychological time moves to its own rhythm. The brain does not live by numbers, it lives by perception. And when the future begins to feel clearer, people often find it easier to take the very first step. What is fascinating is this: many highly successful people, across countless fields, do not train only with their bodies. They also train with their imagination. Psychologists call this mental rehearsal. It is the deliberate process of mentally practicing an action, a conversation, or a skill before it actually takes place. Many athletes, performing artists, pilots, and public speakers use mental rehearsal as part of their preparation. That does not mean that imagination alone is enough, but visualization allows the brain to build a map so that when the real moment arrives, everything feels more familiar. Perhaps, the brain does not draw an absolute line between a vividly imagined experience and a real one. When you imagine yourself walking onto a stage, taking a slow, deep breath, smiling, and speaking with calm confidence, your nervous system also begins learning that state, like a traveler who has walked the same road many times in the mind. So when the real journey finally begins, the path no longer feels quite so unfamiliar. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." Perhaps, visualizing the future is not simply imagining success, it is listening to what your heart truly longs for. Because if we do not understand where we are going, then every road begins to feel very long. One beautiful truth is this: human beings do not imagine the future only through images. We also begin living into the future through the smallest choices. Every time you go to bed early, you are caring for the person you will be tomorrow. Every time you read a few more pages of a book, you are having a conversation with your future self. Every time you forgive, practice gratitude, or help another person, you are quietly writing the story of your own life. Perhaps the future has never been far away. It has always begun in the present moment. Carl Gustav Jung wrote in Modern Man in Search of a Soul, "Man needs difficulties. They are necessary for health." It is such a gentle reminder that the road ahead will never be completely smooth. Yet it is precisely those challenges that allow us to discover the strongest parts of ourselves. Perhaps motivation is not the feeling of always being full of energy. Sometimes motivation is simply the willingness to take one more step, however small, even when the destination is still out of sight. Jung described the journey of human growth as the process of individuation, a lifelong dialogue with oneself, a continual reconciliation between the conscious and the unconscious, a lifelong becoming of one's true self. And perhaps the most beautiful thing about that journey is that it never truly ends. Every day, we can understand ourselves a little more, love ourselves a little more, and move a little closer to the person we hope to become. Tonight, as you prepare to drift into sleep, perhaps close your eyes and imagine not dazzling success, but a peaceful morning in the future. You wake up, take a deep breath, smile, do work that you genuinely love, treat the people around you with kindness, and end the day with a grateful heart. Perhaps that is the image most worth allowing your brain to remember. Because the future is not built only through great ambitions. It is shaped by thousands of ordinary moments, lived with full awareness. And as we look back on the entire journey we have shared tonight, from the way the brain constructs reality, preserves memories, shapes emotions, builds relationships, searches for meaning, and nurtures hope for the future, perhaps it is time to bring this voyage to a close with one final reflection. In the concluding chapter, we will gather together all the pieces that once seemed unrelated and discover that the human mind is far stranger, deeper, and more beautiful than we ever imagined. The mind is stranger than we ever imagined. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that the future is shaped by the small choices we make in the present, then now, as our journey slowly reaches its final pages, perhaps it is time to look back at everything we have experienced together. Tonight, we have not simply talked about psychology, we have wandered together into an ancient labyrinth, the labyrinth of the human mind itself. We began with what seemed like a very simple question. Is what we see every day really the world as it truly is? Or is it simply the story our brain tells us about that world? Then, one chapter after another, like doors quietly opening, we came to realize that the brain does far more than observe. It chooses, predicts, fills in missing pieces, and sometimes writes the unfinished parts of reality itself. What we call the world is not created only by the light entering our eyes or the sounds reaching our ears. It is also shaped by memory, by emotion, by expectation, and by countless experiences accumulated since the very beginning of life. Perhaps none of us truly sees the same sky. No one actually lives in exactly the same world. Every person lives within a uniquely personal version of reality, quietly constructed by the brain, second by second, minute by minute, throughout an entire lifetime. Perhaps that is not something to fear. On the contrary, it is something profoundly beautiful, because if the brain can create different ways of seeing the world, then it also means human beings are always capable of learning, changing, and growing. Together we discovered that memory is not a video camera. Every act of remembering is also an act of rewriting. We realized that emotions are not merely the result of life. Sometimes they are the very lens through which we see life itself. We learned that belief can ease pain, or make pain feel even greater. That a laugh, a glance, or a familiar voice can transform the entire state of the nervous system, that the smallest habits, repeated over and over again, eventually shape the course of a life. Perhaps, the greatest wonder does not lie in any single psychological phenomenon, but in the way they are all connected, like millions of stars scattered across the night sky. At first glance, they appear separate, but if we keep looking, we begin to see constellations, invisible lines, and a far greater picture. The human mind is much the same. Memory, emotion, belief, environment, relationships, motivation, the future. None of these exist in isolation. They intertwine, influence one another, and together create what we call ourselves. Carl Gustav Jung devoted his entire life to exploring what he called the unconscious. He did not see human beings merely as thinking machines. He saw within every soul a world far greater than consciousness alone. In The Structure and Dynamics of the Psyche, Jung wrote, "The psyche is by no means identical with consciousness. It is a far wider concept. Perhaps that is the most beautiful message Jung wished to leave us. Consciousness is only the visible tip of the iceberg. Beneath it lies a vast ocean where old memories, symbols, dreams, fears, and hopes quietly shape every decision we make. Perhaps that is why there are moments when we do not fully understand ourselves, not because we are weak, but because the mind is far larger than the part our conscious awareness can see. And because of that, understanding ourselves has never been a task with a finish line. It is a journey that lasts an entire lifetime. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." Perhaps we often believe that maturity means holding on only to the positive, but Jung offered another path. He reminded us that true light does not come from denying the darkness. It comes from being gentle enough to face it, brave enough to understand it, and compassionate enough to accept that darkness too is part of being human. Perhaps that is what more than 100 fascinating psychological truths have been quietly telling us throughout this night. We are not creatures of perfect reason. We are not completely free from our biases. We do not fully control every emotion, nor do we completely understand our unconscious minds. But that does not make humanity smaller. On the contrary, it is precisely this complexity that gives the human mind its extraordinary beauty. Tonight, if there is only one thing you carry with you after this journey, perhaps do not carry away only more knowledge. Carry a little more gentleness toward yourself. Because when we understand that the brain is always trying to protect us in its own way, we begin to blame ourselves less, become less impatient with our mistakes, and learn to listen to our inner world with greater compassion. In the final section, we will gently bring this journey to its close with one peaceful reflection. That understanding psychology is not about controlling other people, nor is it about becoming perfect. It is about living with greater awareness, loving more deeply, and, day by day, returning a little closer to the authentic person who has always lived within us. If, in the previous section, we reflected on our journey through more than 100 fascinating truths about psychology, then now we will gently place the final piece into that picture. Perhaps the most astonishing thing is not that the brain contains tens of billions of neurons, nor its ability to remember, reason, or create. More astonishing than all of these is that from them, a human being emerges, a person capable of loving, of hoping, of being wounded, of forgiving, and of searching for meaning in life. Throughout this journey, we have come to realize that the reality each of us experiences is shaped not only by what our eyes can see, but also by what the brain chooses to preserve, what the heart chooses to feel, and what the unconscious quietly whispers beneath every thought. There are memories that are no longer as accurate as they once were, yet remain emotionally true. There are fears, born from experiences long ago, that still quietly influence the way we live today. There are beliefs, formed from the smallest words spoken during childhood, that continue to accompany us for years. And there are encounters that last only a few minutes, yet change the course of an entire life. Perhaps that is why Carl Gustav Jung devoted nearly his entire life to exploring the unconscious. He did not see it as something to fear, but as an inseparable part of being human, a part that constantly seeks dialogue with consciousness through dreams, symbols, emotions, and the ordinary experiences of everyday life. In The Structure and Dynamics of the Psyche, Jung wrote, "The unconscious is not just evil by nature, it is also the source of the highest good." Perhaps that reminds us that within every person, there are not only fears, but also compassion, not only wounds, but also the capacity to heal, not only darkness, but also the seeds of light. For centuries, human beings have tried to conquer themselves, to conquer emotion, to conquer sadness, to conquer weakness. But Jung pointed toward another path, not conquest, but understanding, not elimination, but reconciliation. He once wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." Perhaps maturity is not the moment when we no longer feel afraid. It is the moment when we become gentle enough to look directly at our fears, no longer denying them, no longer running away, but quietly asking, what within me is asking to be heard? That, too, is something modern psychology increasingly confirms. Human beings are not machines of pure reason. We are a delicate blend of memory, emotion, belief, intuition, environment, relationships, and countless subtle signals that the brain processes every second. Understanding psychology does not make life free of hardship, but it helps us face those hardships with gentler eyes. To understand why we feel anxious, why we are wounded, why we love, and why we always retain the capacity to change. Perhaps that is the greatest gift knowledge can offer. Not control, but compassion. First of all, compassion for ourselves, and from there, compassion for others. For when we realize that every person carries unseen memories, hidden battles, and untold dreams, we become slower to judge, less harsh, and more willing to listen. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people." Perhaps there is no greater gift than understanding, for only by understanding ourselves can we truly understand others, and only by understanding others do we discover that we have never truly been alone on this journey of being human. Tonight, as the final sounds of this story slowly fade into silence, perhaps you will not remember the name of every psychological phenomenon, nor do you need to. What matters far more is the feeling that from this day forward, you may look upon yourself with a little more compassion. Whenever you make a mistake, you will remember that the brain has deeply human limitations. Whenever you feel vulnerable, you will remember that emotions are not the enemy. Whenever you stand before a choice, you will remember that today's smallest decisions are quietly writing the story of tomorrow's self. And whenever you look up at the night sky, perhaps you will smile as you realize that the greatest mystery in the universe may not lie among the stars, but within the mind of every human being, a mind that can remember, can forget, can be wounded, can heal, can lose its way, and can always find its way back to the light. Perhaps that is the most beautiful message our journey tonight wished to leave behind. That understanding psychology is not simply about understanding the brain. It is about learning to live a little more slowly, to observe a little more deeply, to love a little more generously, and to trust that no matter how complicated life may become, there always remains within each of us something truly extraordinary. The capacity to grow, the capacity to transform, and the capacity to become the truest version of ourselves. Now, As this journey of discovery comes to its end, perhaps it is also time to let these thoughts quietly dissolve into the night. There is no need to remember everything, no need to search for answers to every question. Allow your mind to rest, because sometimes it is in peaceful sleep that the brain quietly arranges its memories, gently heals its weariness, and prepares us to greet a new day with greater peace. Perhaps that is the simplest miracle of the human mind. And so, our journey together tonight also begins to draw to a close. Perhaps, when you first began listening to this story, you simply wanted something gentle to accompany you before sleep. But then, one chapter after another, one psychological phenomenon after another, one story about the brain after another, quietly carried us much farther than we ever expected. Together, we explored how the brain constructs reality, how memories are constantly rewritten, how emotions shape what we see, how beliefs, habits, relationships, and even the environment around us quietly shape every human life. And perhaps, the most beautiful realization was not how astonishingly complex the brain is, but how extraordinary human beings truly are. Each of us carries within us stories, memories, hope, wounds, and the unconscious parts of ourselves that quietly walk beside us every day. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the most important journey any human being can undertake is not conquering the outer world, but learning to understand the world within. For only when we are brave enough to look into our own souls can we truly understand why we think the way we do, feel the way we do, love the way we do, and hurt the way we do. Perhaps none of us will ever completely understand ourselves, but that has never been the goal. What matters more is that each day we understand ourselves a little better, become a little more compassionate, a little gentler toward ourselves. If, after tonight, you no longer rush to judge your own emotions, if you can smile when you realize that the brain sometimes makes mistakes, if you learn to pause before reacting, if you find one more small thing to be grateful for, then perhaps this journey has already fulfilled its purpose. Because the greatest transformations rarely begin with grand decisions. More often, they begin in a quiet moment, with a very small thought, a new way of seeing that quietly takes root in the mind and grows stronger with passing years. Perhaps, when you wake tomorrow, the world outside will look exactly the same. The familiar roads, the familiar work, the familiar faces. But perhaps, the person walking through that world will be just a little gentler, a little more mindful, and a little more understanding of themselves. That has always been the most beautiful beginning of every true transformation. Now, the night has grown late. Perhaps it is time to let these thoughts gently settle into silence. You do not need to remember everything you have heard. Your brain will quietly keep what truly matters. Allow the stories, the images, and the reflections to slowly melt into the stillness of the night. If your eyes are beginning to feel heavy, if your breathing has become slower, if your mind no longer feels the need to search for another answer, then that is exactly as it should be. Because there are some things that can only be understood with the whole heart, once the mind has finally come to rest. And if tomorrow, or on some quiet night in the future, you wish to continue exploring the mysteries of the human mind, its dreams, its symbols, the philosophy of Carl Gustav Jung, and the stories that help us slow down, understand ourselves more deeply, and find greater peace, I hope you will return. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you won't miss our future journeys. Every week, we'll explore a new story together, discovering another profound corner of the human soul through gentle storytelling that helps you relax, reflect, and bring each day to a peaceful close. Thank you for spending your precious time with me all the way to the very end of this video. It means more than you know. And now, let every thought slowly settle into silence. Relax your shoulders, relax your breath, and allow the night to embrace you with its quiet peace. May you enjoy a deep sleep, a warm sleep, and a truly peaceful one. May the sunrise greet you with a lighter heart, a clearer mind, and a renewed gentleness toward yourself. Good night, and I look forward to meeting you again in our next story.